Good morning. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Tere hommikust. I feel like I'm starting Eurovision here with all the different languages. Good morning, people. If the people coming in that just registered, just find yourself a place to sit and we'll just get started. So hello, and I still see some people at the back not looking at me. I like attention, so could you also please? Thank you. Hello, so welcome to the first Startup Conference, Startup 2014, organized by Ekut. My name is Vilus. I will be your moderator for the 3 days in this room, while the startups are also working upstairs with the mentors. My own background is in startups, and I'm definitely from the business side of things. I currently look for people for IT companies, so I do some headhunting and also some other fun projects. If you like to know more about me, just come and approach. So for the next 3 days, we will be seeing 4 startups here on stage, developing their idea, working with their mentors, and people who are not startups can observe, ask questions, make notes, and participate in other ways that you will soon hear about as well. We're having 3 pretty amazing days. We are gonna have various topics, panel discussions about the startup ecosystem in Tartu, about financing. We're gonna have a pitching workshop, and you also will have a chance to pitch in front of some investors that have actually traveled quite far away to hear you guys. So it's gonna be quite exciting. We would really love active participation. I know that we are in Estonia, but it doesn't mean we have to act like typical Estonians, not asking questions, just sitting there listening quietly. So to kind of keep the ball, get the ball rolling and also get you guys out of your laptops and out of your smartphones, before we get started with the introduction speeches, please everybody stand up. That's good. You're, whoa. Awesome. All right, we're gonna be doing a little bit of moving around, so you just kind of get energized and get off your ass. Sorry for the expression. So firstly, I would like to make 2 groups. First group over here to accommodate you guys that are not from Tartu, and everybody who currently lives in Tartu, please, kind of gather in that side of the room. So we just make 2 groups. Everybody not from Tartu over here, everybody from Tartu living currently over there. Quick like a bunny. Chop chop. Time is money, we don't have. We're startups, we're bootstrapping. All right, that's cool. See, okay, that's funny. Okay, so next categorization. And so you guys can move as well. Let's make it so that everybody who's a coder, knows how to code, is a technical person in our terms, comes over here, and everybody who's a business person, over there. Go. Okay, so yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Then you have a choice to choose which do you want to be with. All right, so we have a couple of people from Roar who are all going to do technical stuff. Okay, that's cool. All right, that's awesome. All right, let's see now. Okay, next one will be interesting. I already see from the the laptops on the table here. This will be a good one. Okay, let's make it Apple versus Android. So I'm gonna say this is more of looks like an Apple group. This looks more of an Android group. So let's make Android over there, Apple over here. Phones, just phones. Windows phones can be with let's make them with Android, just to see. Yeah, Windows phone can come here and give me a hug. I also have a Nokia here, so. All right, so we have. Oh, there we go. There, buddy. There'll be more of us soon. That's all right. All right. Okay, next one. So we had Android over here, right? This is Apple, this is Android. I see. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. Next big topic, Mac versus PC. Ooh. Sure, yeah, let's both users. Okay, so let's again move around. So PC over here, Macintosh over there, and if you are a Linux user or whatever, just, you know, come give me a hug. That's funny. It's funny to see how there seems to be some correlation here. Don't you? Are you beginning to notice? It's very interesting. Good man. You have everything. That's so awesome. That's good. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that. Okay, next one. If you are currently in a startup, affiliated with a startup, or somehow, you know, founding a startup, whatever, let's have you over here, and everybody who is currently not in a startup, still looking, you know, deciding what they want to do, pre-venture, let's have you over there. So everybody that currently has a startup, working with a startup, is affiliated with a startup over here, still looking, still thinking, looking for a team maybe to join. Yeah, people with startups looking for good people, look over there. We have some free people willing to work for no cash and only equity. Yeah, all right, cool. And last but not least, people looking for an investor. There's a lot probably here, over here, and people looking potentially to maybe invest in something, please, over there. Or actually, that's even better. Come on stage, please, please. People, come on stage. The people actually looking to invest, maybe. What's the third option? Just stand where you are, I guess. So, I just did you guys a huge favor. You know, remember those faces. You're gonna be getting some approaches, guys, which I think is why you're also here. So, thank you. Awesome. Any other categorizations you would like to make? Anything that came up? Because I'm all out of ideas right now. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, we'll do something fun later on as well. All right, thank you. Please take a seat as well. So, while you are sitting down, which you are doing in a very fast and orderly fashion, I like that. That's a compliment for you guys. We're going to continue on now with a couple of introductions from some very important people. First up, I would like to ask on the stage Erik Puura from University of Tartu, and he will introduce himself and say a couple of words to get us off rolling. Erik, get you a microphone.
Good morning from the university side. So we're living in a very interesting time where we can see that our weaknesses are turned to our strengths. The world is changing. Everybody is trying to do something to cope with the changing world. And you all here are because you want to do the change. We all want to change the world. Believe me, even university wants to change the world. At the same time, we can see that this small town here, 40 kilometers from Russian border in the forest, what can we do from here? And you can see that the world has completely changed. You can change the world from here. Estonia, what is the biggest asset of Estonia, as I think it, is that we have been changing for the last 25 years. We know what change is, and these changes already have been so remarkable that we have inside ourselves this momentum of change. We are feeling it at the moment in education. All world is feeling it. Even now, the information is not more the monopoly of schools and the monopoly of universities. You can get any information online if you just wish. And this is changing. Because even now in Tartu, believe me, the school children are telling their teachers why we should come to the school. It's boring. We don't get anything new from these boring classes. And then what is different perhaps from other countries, the teachers are listening to them. And they are thinking now how to make this change into the more practical way. I myself, for example, I'm passing all boring events and conferences. I just don't go there anymore. When there is a very boring speaker, when the information he's giving in a 1 hour lecture, I can grasp in 3 minutes. Why? So the same change is going everywhere, and this is our asset here. What I see personally is that Tartu is a stronghold of 3 main areas. One is ICT, second is healthcare, third is education. And of course, physics, material sciences, biotechnology in a certain way that all can be coped. The biggest asset of the university is that there are very many different areas of people that up to now even have been just thinking in their own areas. But the huge possibilities if you just communicate to them and make things moving, this brings the change. And for the future, it is very clear that the ones that are able to change will also be better off in the world. Just my thoughts. I have been also very international person. There was a time period I was more abroad. I was making my master's in England, PhD in Stockholm. I was working in Italy for a couple of years. So anyway, I feel best here in Tartu, and I personally and many of us would like to give their best to Tartu and Estonia. So let's change the world. It was very interesting that I was recently in Cambridge, where there are a lot of Estonians studying, and very untypically, not talking about other East European countries, but even from Latvians and Lithuanians, all Estonians were thinking, is there a possibility to come back to Estonia and give our best for our country? So this was very interesting for me. This is some kind of spirit of Estonians also just working here. And now when we feel this possibility that we can really change the world from this town, we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. That was some good thoughts. All right, and without further ado, we also have another person that would like to welcome you here. Please welcome on stage Vladimir Shokman, Deputy Mayor for the city.
Ikka töötab, yeah. I know you are representatives of very different nationalities. Hyvä päivä, good dag, guten dag, guten tag, здравствуйте, доброе утро. But more and more we have in whole world one language which I use today. English is very important, but in science is more important no language, but this scientific ideology to get new ideas, and then we have to explain this idea almost in English to get prizes in the world. But the best prize is when this idea is so good, is if we can realize. On this reason is Tartu very good place. I think best place at least in Estonia, maybe in Balticum, maybe in Nordic countries, maybe in Europe. Because Tartu University is one of the oldest in the Nordic Europe. After Uppsala, Tartu city is one of the oldest cities in the Nordic Europe. And Tartu was in whole history very many nationalities people are living here and doing great things. Also in university. And hundreds of these scientists are in history very important in our scientific field. Okay. Today, you know everybody Skype, you know GPS positioning and Regio, our entrepreneurs, say maybe all, and in the last year we have also new steps in the space scientific with sTARTUp. I think you will have 3 very good days, full of new ideas, and welcome to Tartu, and have your nice days and very good ideas which you can, everybody, realize it at home. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause once again for Erik Puura, the Vice Rector of University of Tartu, and Vladimir Shokman, Deputy Mayor. We invite you guys to stay around if you have time in your busy schedules to talk, to mingle, to listen. But now, I think the moment that you've all been kind of waiting for, why we all came together. Let's get acquainted with the startups, shall we? So, first up on stage, to give a short intro about who they are and what they do, please welcome FlightSense. Sorry, I pointed in the wrong direction. Do we have FlightSense? Oh, there we go. That's please.
Hello, my name is Carl Vior from FlightSense. Can we have slides maybe?
You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's start. My name is Carl Vior. I'm from FlightSense. In sports, everybody wants to measure their results. Like long distance runners measure their heart rate to track their goals. Long distance jumpers. Long jumpers, they distance the air time they travel in air, and sprinters measure how fast they can run some distance. So it's pretty precise measurements for their performance. But how can you measure this? This is actually Mike Tyson in his prime time, the fastest hitting heavyweight champion in the world. Yes, you can slow it down and record, but it takes too much time. What we are doing is actually these are all the parameters that you need in fighting sports, in martial arts. And these are the parameters only with punches. Okay, so imagine you walk into a gym, you are a trainer, you have 20 guys there, everybody is doing their work, but how can you focus on everyone's individual goals? You can't, you are only one person. So our device actually helps the trainers to set individual goals for the people to see. So our product is an inner glove mounted with sensors. We can use our product in boxing, in kickboxing, in Thai boxing, then in karate, in MMA, and in taekwondo. Our clients are trainers, then federations and clubs, and all these associations. Fighters, of course, practitioners, and telecom companies, and then big competition managers. The team, we have over 10 years of experience in coaching. We have been involved in different disciplines of martial arts. We have a consultant from Tartu University spin-off, and I think basically that's it. So thank you.
So this was Fight Sense. Next up, we have päev. Päev, there we go. All of the necessary.
So, hi, my name is Erkko and I am from päev. So let me ask you a question. Do you possess external data carriers such as external hard drives, CDs, DVDs, USBs, maybe even floppies or similar devices? Do you know what's stored on each of these devices? Do you still know if these devices still work? And above all else, do you have hardware to read from them? So it's a bit of a mess, right? So here's the solution, päev. It's a combination between backup and archive. We more focus on archive, the data that's inactive and you use infrequently, but still would like to preserve for decades. Päev offers reliability, integrity, and ease of use, so you can upload your files, forget about them, and years later still return and easily retrieve them. So now you think that there are like similar services out there, such as Dropbox and Google Drive and OneDrive. They are out there, but the key difference between them and us is that they focus on active data and charge for space, but we are focused on inactive data and charge for transfer, not space. Päev is entirely web-based. We don't have file size limits, and our web-based upload can really scale with your bandwidth. You can start for free, but since should you need additional features, you can upgrade to premium. But we offer free quota for each user in a month, so should you run out of these quotas, you can purchase them in form of microtransactions. Our core team consists of 3 people, but we outsource some of the services. So if you want to try it out, you can go to päev.com and give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. All right, next one. Can you guess? No? Okay. Rewild. Please.
Hello, I'm Jan Frem from the Rewild team. We are developing an application for people who are solving a conflict between nature and human activity. Every year, several hundred environment assessments are made in Estonia. The current practice for wildlife assessment is time-consuming and requires special competence. Our product is based on databases and algorithms. Our advantage is combining different data and presenting it in a simple manner. The real estate and infrastructure developers have the strongest demand for our product. Well, the Wildar web platform generates automated reports for our clients with three steps. The reasonable price for the report is 100 to 200 euros per hectare. And our additional services include expert consulting and field studies. The Estonian market of nature value positioning is 5 to 10 million euros per year, and there is 700 institutions which we see as our clients. We aim to take at least 10% of the market after 5 years. Our marketing is based on personal communication, web presence and recognized expert status. Well, we have profitable from the beginning, and we have a scalability plan that is based on the Wildar reports, and we have started the preparation for export. We have been on market for 10 months. Our main clients are the largest environment planning company in Estonia, the Ministry of Environment, and the largest environmental NGO. Our 3-member team has experience on biology, programming, environment planning, and visual design. We have official spin-off status and a good relationship with Tartu University. Well, in conclusion, we have a scalable product idea, existing scales, and dedicated professional team. Thank you.
Wow. Summing it up very nicely. Thank you. And last but not least, what am I doing here? Okay, we're good. Last but not least, we have philosophy. There you go.
Hi, I am Seren, and I'm an addict. I'm addicted to heels. And as everybody knows, that doesn't come without a cost. Wearing heels is painful and stressful and can hurt your health in long term. But we do have a solution for that. It is known that orthopedic or supportive insoles to help to ease the pain and support the soles where they need. But the issue right now is that insoles available on the market are not suitable for being worn on this kind of shoes. They are too thick, they are too visible, and personalized insoles are made within 2 weeks with a lot of waiting time and, well, lots of hassle. So we want to make it faster and we want to make it more beautiful. Our product is a machine or an equipment that is making personalized insoles in 5 minutes on spot. At first, you will wear sensor insoles in your shoes, and the data from your feet and the pressure on your soles is then transferred wirelessly to the modeling equipment, programming the exact model of the insole. Then the model will be transferred into the production unit. And those insoles will be worn, or ready to be worn instantly. So how do we want to get on the market? We want to approach the shoe shops, especially in the a bit higher end. And they will be providing their customers with a service of personalized insoles. We will do all the marketing and branding, and we will take care of the machinery and production unit. So the market is half of the world. Every woman occasionally wears shoes, and especially high-heeled shoes. But we don't need to stop there, because the insoles and support on your sole is actually also needed for men. We just aim ladies first because they are left without attention right now. We are not alone in the insole market. There are several players working with different approaches and different sectors, mostly focusing on male and orthopedists and athletes. And since we are talking about hardware, we're talking about equipment, machinery, production unit, then our investment need is big. And we will not be, as last presenter, profitable from the beginning. But we have lots of potential and we can make loads of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much. You can put those down on the stage over there. Thank you. All right, so what did you guys think? First impressions? Yay, nay, yay? Yeah, looks good. I see all the startups clapping for themselves. Yeah, we're awesome. All right. So the startups can catch a breath, and we will be back with you shortly on the stage. But before that, we have a short lecture. Some knowledge coming your way soon. From Oliver Lundberg. A little bit about Oliver as well. Oliver has been doing software development on a smaller or larger scale for now 14 years. He started in Swedbank, first developing the modern online bank in the region, and later the in-house CRM and loan processing software. He has also worked at Codeborn and been involved in a few early stage startup teams, done a few Garage 48 events and so on. And since May 2013, he is one of the engineering leads at TransferWise. Pretty awesome, huh? Scaling to product and team up to support their exponential growth for customers. And one funny fact about Oliver is that before he got started with all of this, he actually used to write music reviews for an Estonian tabloid newspaper. But please, welcome Oliver.
Hi. I have to juggle with the presenter and mic and a few of my notes, so forgive me if anything goes wrong. What I'm going to tell you about, although the speak is titled Cash or King, I'm not sure what that's about. I'm going to talk about hiring and culture and team building. So try to bear with me. Let's see how this works. This works like this. No? Hoping to get the next slide somehow. Like this. Okay, cool. I'm such a vain person. On top of what Villu said, I'm going to do a 1-minute extra bio. So yeah, I've led a few teams here or there. Mostly they've been distributed. It's somewhat relevant, especially for startups who sometimes are built of people from all over the world, or at least multiple cities. I've been part of different teams, meaning some of them have been slow and stable, some of them have been really fast and furious. It makes a whole lot of difference if you have to get people thinking the same way and working on same goals. About the interviewing, I think I've done around 100 interviews, which is over the course of years and doesn't actually... I just started counting and was surprised by the number. It more feels like 10, but hey. And I consider myself to be an apprentice, definitely nothing like an expert. So there's a lot to learn in this world, and I just hope to share some of my experience with you. Should it work? Should I point at the... Cool, I can. Right, so I'm going to talk about all this in two parts. I'm going to talk about getting great people, and I'm going to talk a little bit about culture, which is more about keeping them with you and keeping them happy. Right, so the problem with great people is that they don't tend to grow on trees. It's not quite that easy as to put a job ad on CV Online or Monster or whatever the environments are in the big wild world. And another problem with the great people is that people tend to look better on paper, meaning there has to be a lot of work put in there to get any meaningful results and get where you want to be. And great people need to be hunted, meaning that these great people rarely are out there on the market actively looking for the next big challenge. Great people tend to be involved in great challenges already. Great people tend to have nice, sweet jobs with good salaries, sitting in pretty cool corner offices sometimes, doing awesome stuff. And this all means if you want to target really great people, your network is still going to be your best friend. So even if you think you only have 10, 20 friends, it's a lot better than just throwing a job ad out. It's a lot better than just advertising something on Facebook. Well, Facebook pretty much is your friends, but still it's worth a lot to go through everybody you know, to go through everybody you do not know personally, but know that they exist. Let's say you have this great, awesome project about data mining. And when you do a bit of research, you probably find out that the closest person to a data mining expert that you know by name is, for instance, Jaan Tallinn of Scape alumni. And it might appear that getting to Jaan Tallinn might not be that hard if you have a cool idea. And given the 6 degrees of separation, it could be that Jaan Tallinn is just two contacts away from you. And it just may be that your idea is actually worth it. I'm stopping here for a longer moment because just as with products, just as well with people, it's easy to sit back and think that you just put it up there and they will come. Well, yeah, they usually don't. And word of mouth advertising in hiring sense is also really valuable because it gives you the highest quality leads. And why that is that you do trust the people you know, you do trust the people who have worked with these people you target. And never underestimate, at least most of the people I know, most of the people with good education, most of the people who want to have a purpose in life. Many people also like a nice working environment, nice team, nice people around them. Then obviously there are people who are in it for the money. Preferably the money should be bigger than what they're making right now. And then there are people who are looking for the next big challenge, who just want to develop themselves, who want to have a sense of achievement, because achievement is what the challenge or successfully taken challenge usually leads to. And looking at three things, if we think about how to get them or how to get your message through, the first one maybe is first one is often the only thing that you have. You're bootstrapping, you have two friends, you can build a prototype together, you have this fabulous idea of making women's feet hurt less. And you don't have any seed capital, you don't have an office, you don't have options, you don't really know whether it's going to work. So the mission is all you have, and the mission is something that you can culture and sell through PR, just going to places, networking, being present at events such as garage events, such as STARTUP Tartu. And in some senses, the cheapest thing that you can get. Then, obviously, money is the trickiest part because, well, you know, we all want more, and there are really bad examples, or good example in this sense, of companies who have successfully bought talent in only to lose it in a few months. There's a big logistics company setting up office in Tallinn that already is bleeding talent back to the pool just because of that money isn't everything. And if we look at the challenges, it kind of has the same problem, that challenges, a company runs out of a certain kind of challenges usually. So the challenges we at TransferWise face right now in terms of scaling, they're quite trivial to ex-Skype people, for instance. They are tremendously hard and impossible to do for someone without experience, for instance. And this just means that the challenges change, and both money and challenges are something that might not keep people for long. And this is why selling the mission and really getting buy-in from the people you get on your team to the purpose, to what you're actually doing or trying to achieve, is very crucial. And speaking of startups with 4 or 5 people, it's not directly relevant yet, the hiring part. But it will be once you're bigger and more successful, which all of you definitely will be, right? So hiring is one of the trickiest tasks because it's something you definitely cannot outsource, and it hurts a lot because you need to talk to people, and you need to talk a lot to people who will not make sense and who might be really good but just not click with you, and so on and so on. So it takes a lot of time. We calculated inside TransferWise engineering, for instance, that we are doing, I think, on the average about maybe 15, even 20 interviews per week. That means around 20 hours spent directly on interviews, plus about half of the time maybe for preparation and wrap-up, which totals to one person out of 20 just doing with that. And that's the problem, is that the people you use for interviewing have to be the same professionals that could be doing other stuff as well, that could be actually working on your product, which means that it doesn't come cheap. And there is always the dilemma between just pushing it all aside, just finishing this feature, just fixing the bug, just selling to one more customer. They're all really valid things to do, but they will not help you grow. And that's the sad part, that whatever you do, it will not bring any more people onto your team. Right. So what to do to make the hiring a bit more efficient? Okay, good. So there's a few tricks we use to be sure that whoever we hire works out for us. And just to name drop a bit, we've been borrowing heavily from Skype practices as well. So it's these ideas have been known to scale somewhat. Might be applicable for some and some less for not, but this is how we do it. For us, it's really important, especially in tech jobs that are in some sense more tangible, that a person actually can deliver. And by actually being able to deliver, it means whatever is on their resume might look nice, but it's just maybe a frame of thought or input for your questions, but it doesn't really guarantee anything until you see them work. And right now, if someone applies for a job with us, what we do is, if we don't know anything about the person, we actually do like a 30-40 minute technical interview, sometimes online. It's a plain and simple coding task. And it's quite simple how many people don't get past this phase. Surprising. Doesn't really matter what their resume says. And we may be mean towards a few people who have been really effective in larger companies. But the problem is that there is a difference if you're expected to work in an environment with a safety net, such as the larger companies often provide, or if you're supposed to come in, see what's broken on your own and fix it. And that's why we have to really be sure that the people are ready to come in and fix it. I'll be touching that in a few minutes. Another thing that we find valuable is that even given how expensive these interviews are, we still try to involve 3 or 4 people in every decision, in every positive decision, meaning that we want to have a relatively wide support for any given candidate, that we really want to feel good about these people. We really want everybody to think they're a good addition. A multitude of reasons, one being that some people are really good at selling themselves, and just having multiple people doing that gives us like a wider background. However, if anybody in this chain of interviewers thinks that that candidate definitely won't fly, we don't what's the word here? Anyway, then we usually just appreciate that and let it go. Just to, there's rarely any point trying to convince someone over, or like, it's kind of a quality test for our team as well, that we just believe that if someone feels a candidate isn't suitable, then that's the way it is. Probably saves us a lot of time, and I think we may be getting 1 false negative out of 20 this way, so it's a reasonable decision. And we are getting to a bit more abstract part now. Fumbling with the remote. So this slide is very pretentiously called ABC of people. Don't take it for that. It's I think that great people, who are the people you hire, should be the ones who would come in and without too much guidance can start helping you out and start helping to do your work. Again, this applies really well for startups. It doesn't apply too much if you have a if you have a large company with processes in place, specific role descriptions, etc., etc., but I don't think any of you currently feels themselves in that context, and it probably won't be that context for years and years to come, so let's just ignore that part. There are mediocre people who would be doing a pretty good job as long as you're able to tell them what needs to be done. And then there are people who come in and doesn't really get anything to happen on their own. And I'm just trying to illustrate a little bit what the difference between someone reasonably good and someone really great could be, and what you should aim for. And with anybody you bring along, what we do, we try to think of whether he or she brings something to the team that will move the team average in a positive direction. So let's say we used to lack senior developers. We thought we'd be bringing a few more senior developers in. We found out we lack knowledge about automated testing. We tried to bring in someone who has that on extra. And it just helps you to align your thoughts and helps you to make the decision. So sometimes just the person might seem really good, reasonably good, and probably would be. Now the question is if he actually does improve your team in any way. And if the question is he wouldn't really, he would be just a resource, then how we see it, we usually don't hire them. Just because we don't see us getting any better. The best thing that would happen is we just get a little bit more done, but that's not good enough. Here's a relatively well-known quote, just to help to frame the thinking. It said that A-class people hire A-class people, B-class people hire C-class people, which is just a short reminder to scare you, or basically to empower you a bit to look at people better than you, not worse than you. And people better than you can definitely be intimidating, but this is what you need to do to really be able to grow your team and get results. So I see it, keeping great people and keeping people great is the two slightly different things, but as long as you're able to keep people great, meaning you can keep them performing well, keep them efficient and happy and effective, they probably won't leave you either. They would feel challenged, they would feel good, and they would. And if not 100%, then at least 99 of that in my books is the culture of the team. And by culture of the team, I mean these things that, the way we do things, the way we make decisions, the way we think, the way we focus, the way we postpone some decisions, or then the way we act when a customer calls in with a problem, or then the way we act when we see that, well, someone said something that wasn't too nice and other people felt bad about it. And this is something that needs to be controlled. So it's a matter of luck if a team works or not, if you just bring together a bunch of people and let them try to work on the same goal. There may be natural leaders in the bunch, there may not be. Then there is you, the CEO or founder. And you as the CEO or the founder have to be the one who guides the team to the culture you want to achieve. And someone has to be the guardian of that. And obviously the guardian of that, if it's not the founder, then who should it be? Because it is the founder's mission. So another issue with culture is that it's contagious. And it's contagious in both ways. So good culture tends to replicate in new joiners. And bad culture tends to do the same, which is why it is really that important to be vigilant and to bring it up in the open if something's happening in the team that you do not like. It may be really, really simple and innocent, such as not being able to make a decision in a meeting. Or we probably can come up with plenty of examples, each one of us, about things we do not like when working with other people. And it's your baby. So the good part is this means you can make the team work almost any way you want. You will be responsible for it, but it is your baby. It's your right and responsibility to say this is how it needs to be. So culture is like a plant, like a baby. You need to take care of it. You need to keep it fed. You need to keep it happy. And it's really hard to bring people on board and assume that they would take this culture over very easily, especially if the team is small. Because we're talking about teams of 5, maybe 10. Well, we are about 90 people at TransferWise right now, and we still don't think that we can just hire someone and whoever it is, basically hire some young programmer that can code but has a really shitty attitude and expect us to be able to guide him on the right way, or her. And this is why what we try to do is to improve our culture through our hires. That if we look at somebody who has the skills, we also want to see that they're able to bring in more of a mindset we want to see in the end. That they wouldn't be someone dragging the team back. They would be someone to pull it forward. And it's very, very relevant for smaller teams, because in the end it will be your team as a whole that will also present you in the whole wide world. And if they do not feel about your company in the same way, it's really hard to give this consistent presence out and communicate out that you're a cool company. And it will become easier if you have a critical mass of people on the team already. And in big organizations, again, you have processes and you have structure, and this will make it a lot easier to kind of keep people in a frame. But hey, as long as you're 5 or 10, you just can't afford it. Concluding, we hire people that can do, in 2 meanings of the phrase. They do have the skills, and they actually can make it happen, which unfortunately, again, is not quite the same, so you have to check for both. We hire people who want to learn, because we'll be constantly changing, and we hope to have a lot of challenges that nobody of us has ever tackled. We're pretty sure there will be a few. And we can't always just hire new people to take care of that. And on the same note, we hire people who are not afraid to change. So yeah, over the coffee table, I'm happy to bring a few examples where it actually has bitten us, and it's not always sunshine and happiness. And always keep an eye on culture. So if you see something happening in your team that you do not like or that you feel will encumber your activities or results, be quite brave in being frank about it, in weeding it out, because, as I said, it tends to replicate in the team. Or if you let it go once, then basically, if you don't clean up your apartment as often as you should, there's a good opportunity that it will becoming more and more cluttered over time. And it's the same with culture. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Please stick around.
Sure.
Yes, don't go anywhere. All right, awesome. A lot of good ideas. So we do have a couple of minutes before we go on to get some questions, some ideas. Okay, we already have two. So Hanna will bring you the mic. So first, the gentleman in the green and then Triin.
Hello. What I want to ask is that you talked about the persons that are not probably suitable for the team, but when you understand it, like you have already hired them, how you think you should react, or how do you react?
It's a very good question. I have a guy on my team just like that. No, well, speaking of culture in a wider sense, I think it's a lot different here than it is in the Valley, for instance, because we really are not, we in Estonia usually tend to be a bit more friendly and believe in people and believe in their ability to change, and maybe not fire someone on spot if they don't seem to be a good fit. So what we have done is to see if we can see that that person has a role with us in, let's say, 6 months, 12 months time. Basically, by having a role, what I mean is that if they would have meaningful stuff to do, that sometimes, you know, if a person can't figure out what needs to be done and there is nobody to tell them, then it's really hard to keep them. But, well, in this specific example, we think there's plenty of work to do, and we just missed a bit by hoping to bring on a certain type of vision and skill set, not even skill set, certain type of vision that didn't end up being there, but we think it's okay. We just think we made a mistake. That, yeah, but anyway, I think also with culture that if you see that someone is constantly polluting it, you have to part ways. Because the worst thing that can happen is that you have to continuously spend effort to dealing with this.
Yeah, thank you. Triin?
Working? Yeah, now it is. So if you have this dilemma,
Well, in the end, the question will always be that what is more important for your business at that point. So it's it's really easy to give these black and white presentations, obviously, but the dilemma, you will have to make the decision in my books based on if not getting this A-level skill set on board would actually impact you in a bad way. And if that's the case, well, you just have to do it. If it's nice to have, or if you think they might be really useful in the future, I would go with a team player. That definitely if someone doesn't really fit in the team, this will not go away. This will always be like this nagging pain, and that I think should only be brought on if really, really necessary. And this is actually something that you can be open with people, and you should. That if you just think that, well, yeah, there is this personality trait that I think will not work for us, just tell it to the person if you're sure that that's the only thing really stopping you. It's easy to find excuses as well, and if it's just, you know, if it's an excuse, you tell the person, they come up with this creative plan and say that, well, yeah, I've been seeing my shrink for half a year already for this problem. It's going to get better. Well, then you pretty much have to either say yes or, yeah, you basically do have to say yes. So make it a real problem and a real excuse if that is so.
Okay, good question. Yeah, we have a third one as well.
In order to hire a great programmer.
The question was, do you have to have a great programmer in your team already to hire more great programmers?
No. No, there's no test. So I think I believe this is valid for hiring anybody into a role about which you don't have specific knowledge. And this is, I think it's references, and I think it's also like a test task or something that is relevant for you. Maybe if you have the specific problem with your development right now, you just bring the person in for a day. Just you go over it together. You just see how does he convince you? Does he click with you? That's the only thing. Because if you get along as people, then again, it might not be that important even anymore if he's like A+ level or A- level, even if he's A-, it'd probably make a good addition to a team.
Okay, cool. I have a question as well. I think most of the people in this room currently are in the phase where they still need to find the great people. So the culture problem will probably come after they actually find them, and I think this is the question on everybody's mind here. You know, you were just saying how you were doing 15 to 20 interviews per week, and you're very picky about who you choose to join your team. However, I think most of the startups in this room are not where you are at. You know, your office was just chosen, I think, the funkiest in Estonia. You know, you have very good PR. Everybody knows about you. Everybody wants to work with you. You know, however, these guys, they don't probably have the money to, you know, pay more than where they're recruiting from. They just have great ambitions. They don't have any track record. So how picky can they really be with the people they hire, and where does the tipping point comes where they actually can start being picky at?
So I think it boils down to how wide are you able to pull your funnel. So anybody doing web sales and so on know what a conversion funnel is. Basically, it's how many of the people coming to your website are able to convert into paying customers. So if we speak about hiring funnel, it's how many applications do you get, and then how many of those do you actually hire. And for us, we actually got the funnel going, I think, about half a year ago. And there are two main drivers for this. One definitely is PR, and the other, unfortunately, is still paid job ads, CV Online, Stack Overflow. I think we have something on TechCrunch, sTARTUp, etc., etc. Up until that point, it's network. Until you can actually, pay to reach these people, it's just network. And in this sense, it's definitely worth to maybe target more of like connectors, or some people call them social nodes or whatever, that you actually get somebody on the team who's active in the community and knows other people instead of a bright kid who just sits alone and doesn't really go outside, because he will be pretty much a dead end in terms of referrals. So maybe, yeah, it's worth keeping in mind. But unfortunately, just network.
Cool. So what you're saying is before we actually get the, like you're saying, funnel going, you're still advocating the fact that we shouldn't just hire anybody, because I know that there's definitely people in the room when you're doing your two-man team and you're looking for a front-end developer, and then a friend of a friend shows up who says he's a front-end developer, and you're so happy to find this person that you don't even care about if they're an A, B, or C person. You're just happy to find that one person because nobody else wants to work with you. So what you're saying is, if we're starting out and we're talking about teams less than 5 people, then you should still be very picky, not just take whoever is willing to come and work with you.
I think it's another place where this good black and white example doesn't apply too well. So I'm currently involved in a little team as well, more as a consultant, and they have the same exact problem. So there's a semi-prototype ready. There are a few bugs to iron out, some stuff to do until we could probably approach angel investors, maybe get some seed money. And in this situation, it's really, well, it will be like a flush down the toilet or climb the hill type of a moment, that if these bugs are not fixed and if the small development is not done, then we might just as well go home and have a beer. And then it doesn't really matter who do you get on the team as long as they are actually able to deliver. And that's where maybe getting the C player or just any front-end developer might not quite do the job. So you still need to know that whoever it is comes in can do this. And another important thing is, would be good to, at least good to believe that they will not leave a complete mess behind. Because it's with startups, you do all the decisions just to get to the next phase, and it makes total sense. I'm a software engineer by heart myself, which maybe means that I just have higher personal standards to good software, and I might be slightly biased, but I still believe this is one of the criteria that you also want to think about. Not the vital one, but that's why you need someone good. The culture fit, then, it is somewhat secondary, of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. We have time maybe for one more quick question. Do we have one?
Yes, I have one.
Okay, sure.
So we have been talking so far about hiring people, but what about finding co-founders? Some ideas on that?
Selling the mission. Well, it's even more about mission, I think, in this case, because you have no money to speak of, and the challenges. Yeah, of course, you can sell the challenges as well. But if you're not a technical person yourself, you might not even know if there are any challenges and what these challenges are. So it's still more about the mission. But yeah, no good answer here. That's the only thing you got. So practice. That's why you need to practice pitching, and that's why you need to be really clear yourself what is the problem you're trying to solve.
Okay, cool. Well, Oliver, thank you for the interesting idea. I have something here for you as well as a small gift. There's a company actually founded by one of our organizers called ED Machinery. They're in Tartu Science Park, and they make CNC routers and 3D printers. And they printed a vase for you. So
is this carbon fiber?
You can ask. Actually, Kersti is the girl that's
I guess it isn't if it's
company.
printed, right? I guess it isn't if it's printed.
I don't think it's PLA. There you go. So yeah, there you go, a printed vase.
Cool.
And
cool.
Please give a round of applause for Oliver.
Thank you.
All right, now we will have a quick 10-minute coffee break before we come back here and start working with the startups on stage. So, yeah, the coffee is, I think, located right outside that door, or water or whatever you would have. So let's be back here at, let's say, 30 to 35, so 10-15 minutes maximum. So, all right. All right, lovely. Okay, everybody is in this room. Good, tubli poiss. All right, people, let's go back to the room now. Cool. I don't know. Yeah, I'm back. All right, great. Everybody back from the coffee break. A couple of people still moving in. I have a proposition / request for you guys. I see that we're kind of all over the room. Every table has a couple, 2, 3 people sitting on it. I can totally understand if you don't want to take this seat, which is facing directly, opposite to the stage. But I would like for us to kind of fill in more the tables at the front here. So, because right now we're going to have more of an kind of a discussion sessions, and it'd just be a lot more cozier and a lot more easier to do it if we were all closer together, kind of bonding a little bit more. So come on, especially people at the back, at the last tables. There are plenty of seats open at this lovely table in front here next to the mentors, or this table in the center. Don't make me come there and drag you. So what's this? You can't come. You have a okay. So you are excused. What's your excuse? Nothing. Very good. Well then, please. Come join some other table. Come a little bit more forward. So we're more, close together, and it'll be also easier for you to see. Yeah, you as well. There's plenty of seats here. Those people don't bite. They're already friendly. I've already talked to a couple of them. They seem nice. Awesome. Thank you for cooperating. I appreciate it very much. Just find a seat, make yourself comfortable. If you have any coffee or tea that you brought in, just take it with you. You can drink it here. All right. Just so I know as well, what are you guys demoing here? Because you're sitting all here back by yourselves. What are you doing here?
As you saw in the presentation, there were a problem with Clicker. It didn't work as expected.
Okay.
Actually, we are solving the problem here. So you can use your body language in order to change the slides with.
Okay, so what startup are you, or where you?
Slide wiper.
You're Slide Wiper. Okay, cool. So maybe we'll demo it later. Or how is it with the? Okay, so just so you know, in the meantime, there's Slide Wiper doing some cool tech stuff here at the back.
You can test if you want. Can you slide?
Okay. I see. So you have a Kinect sensor here, and it'll kind of do. That's cool. So you'll swipe with your hands. I like that. That's very cool. If you have a chance to come check it out later on, please do. Those guys will be sitting here. Awesome. Okay. So let's go on with our day. This is the time now we're going to be actually working with the startups on stage, and getting to know a little bit more about their problems and stuff. However, before I already see one person interested. Very good. But before, I'm sure you all want to hear as well, who are these lovely people with those yellow lanyards sitting at this table. So if I could have a microphone on the stage. There we go. And this is
Also
also working. Awesome. I would give each one of you guys a quick elevator pitch time of maybe 30 to maximum 60 seconds to kind of give a short kind of introduction, who you are, where you're from, and why you're here. So I have a list here. Let's start, let's say, from Alexander. There we go.
Hello, everyone. My name's Alexander Fafega. I'm from London, United Kingdom. So I got into the startup game by setting up a technology company which developed software for the music industry, which I sold off. So now I really spend most of my time consulting companies. I've consulted for companies that's been acquired, a lot of startups that's been acquired recently. I'm also invested in some early stage startups as well. So I'm really here to help out consulting, understand your product, and help develop it to the next level, to the go-market stage. So I'm also giving a lecture on Saturday actually, so you will know more about me. But this is 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Right,
you're good. Awesome, thank you. Give us a round of applause, and you can also now move, take a seat on the couches here. So Sean.
Hi guys, my name is Jean Maurice. I'm from Riga, Latvia, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Igloo Business Lab. It's an very early stage incubator that invests a team of developers, designers into great entrepreneurs that actually have only slides. We are working for a year now. We have 5 companies in our portfolio, and I can help you out with design, UI, UX stuff, business model, and pivoting. I love pivoting. Thank you.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yeah, you can
join us on stage.
Hello, everybody. My name is Oppo Nyrovara. So it's just Oppo since the last name is pretty difficult. I'm from Helsinki, Finland. I'm the managing partner of Helsinki Ventures, which is a boutique type of accelerator for early stage startups. We began this operation in January 1st this year, so we have run so far 1 boot camp, and another one is going on at the moment back in Helsinki. I've been to accelerator business for 6 years, in startups for 17 years. I've been an entrepreneur, advisor, mentor, what have you, seeing all that. Taking my own companies to the US and all that. So I'm here for you guys. So I'm looking for, of course, always looking for innovative, creative people with good ideas, good business ideas, and most of all, the will and the capability for execution. So take the advantage and talk to me and ask me any questions that you have. Thank you.
Cool. Awesome. Sergey.
Also, join us on stage.
Hi, my name is Sergey Gribov. I'm from Boston, US. Originally, I'm from Russia, lived in Israel, been with the startups for probably about 20 years, different startups, mostly IT. Technical side, my first background is computer science. Business side, right now I'm managing partner of Startup Access, which is a program where we bring startups to Boston for a couple of weeks acceleration program. I also involved with probably about 10 different startups at different capacity, from some operational role to sitting on the board, mentoring, etc. And you can ask me a lot of different things, from like technical stuff to how to work with investors, how to raise money, strategy, US markets, etc.
Cool, thank you. Give a round of applause. Kustrim.
Hi everyone, I am Kustrim. I'm from Berlin, originally born in Kosovo. Moved around Europe creating lots of companies, not lots, like 3 to 4. All right. My expertise is mainly empowering people. I helped out starting a telecom which connected for the first time people and to use their mobile phone. I started a mobile payment company which again enabled people to pay with mobile phone. And after that moved to the energy sector, creating a product which
help people to charge their devices when they run out of battery. I do a lot of mentoring around the ecosystem of startups in Europe, and my expertise is mainly business transformation, or how do you make a company sustainable for the next decades. Yeah.
Cool, thank you, awesome. Next up is Allard.
Hello, I'm Allard from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. I'm co-founder of Innovation Booster. I've been doing that for 2 years. Basically, we create startups for large corporations so they can be more innovative. I can help you with pivoting, business modeling, all that stuff. I'm glad to be here.
Cool, thank you. And we have Akos.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Akos. I'm also one of the founding partners of Innovation Booster from Amsterdam. Besides that, I'm 6 years involved in the Delft Center for Entrepreneurship. I've been coaching, teaching, mentoring many students in Delft who set up startups, and they still come to me for advice. So I can help you with team dynamics, with divergent thinking, which is, okay, how can you be more creative than you are already? So that is the part that I will cover these coming days, and approach me.
Wow, cool. Thank you very much. Wow, this is, even I didn't know how much talent we actually have sitting on the stage currently. I think this is a very, very good group to get ideas from. So now we're going to be starting to work with the actual startups on stage. And for that, we actually have another person here. This is Walter Vlasov.
Hey guys.
From Ekut, and he will be leading this small discussion groups from now on. So please give a round for Walter.
Yeah, thanks guys. Hope you guys settled in well. So how about we welcome päev back on stage. So Erko. Hey mate, it's your turn. päev. You're up first. Guys. So, hey mate, Mike. So basically how this is going to work, you have 5 minutes to tell us a bit about you, your team, your problems, and what's the most pressing issues you have. And then those guys will kind of grill you for 25 minutes, and I hope you have good answers. So?
Okay,
you also have paper, pen, if you want to draw something.
As introduced, we are from päev. Unfortunately, our CEO couldn't be here today, but he'll be here tomorrow, so we from more technical side try to cover our more business problems. So we all are working at Playtech, and this is the initial source where the idea came from, because we had a need in Playtech to archive large amounts of data, and there wasn't anything on the market. And okay, about the problems, we think we have 3 major problems, or let's say points of interest. First one being that how do we look like a credible company, because we are offering a service that should last for at least 10 years. And for people, it's a little bit difficult to trust in a startup because, you know, startups could fail quite easily. Another problem is awareness. What channels and how to make us more visible to outside world. And the third one is the lack of resources, because at the moment we are still having full-time jobs at Playtech, and we are developing this service whenever we have free time.
How about you guys tell us a bit more about what you have already done, what you have achieved? Because I know you're already running in beta, you have users, customers, and actually Playtech, most of you are like not from Tartu, don't know, but it's a pretty big deal around here. It's the biggest IT company in Tartu. We are the 3rd largest company that makes online casinos. And you know, with such a big money-moving company trust those guys, they must be doing something right now. So how about you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, okay. Well, as stated, we first had an enterprise direction in mind to build this server for enterprises, and this has worked out so far quite well, but then we decided to extend our services towards customer market, and so far we have been, let's say, making our a product more appealing for customers, because there is a great distinction between enterprise product and consumer-facing product, and that's what we're currently working on to make it more consumer-oriented.
Okay. So, how is the feedback? On the product that you have in beta, what is the feedback coming from?
Yeah, the feedback, well, we did a very small launch on a private forum, like 30 people. Most of them actually registered up, but since this is open for everyone, some people have been joining just finding us from Google. Besides that, we haven't done any kind of additional marketing or advertising. The feedback is, well, as we thought. Some of them think it have been a little bit difficult to use. We have been actually, this week I released a new version that made it much more easier, so we're taking account what they're giving us, because as said, it was first enterprise-oriented product.
Okay, guys, first of all, like knowing that now that you're technical guys and stepping out on the stage here and answering to the difficult business-related questions is, I salute you. Brave guys. Okay, that's the attitude. Now, everything that, just sort of like is to start with, if we sort of like criticize something or ask hard questions and all that, that's all for you to sort of like to be able to improve your business and performance better. So, and really find out the way how you can build up and scale up successful business. So if some sort of like something comes up which sounds negative, it's not negative, it's for you to sort of like take home and develop from there, just the beginning with. I think that the field there that you're operating at is kind of busy. There are a lot of competition over there, a lot of actually bigger companies operating there with a lot more resources and in terms of marketing or something like that. So it comes down to the really, now we're talking about the problem, but as sort of like your unique selling point here is that I pretty much would like you to consider of sort of like getting more focused on who really are your customers and where you can stand out with your solution. So you're talking about now that you have done some B2B, you have business customers and all that, you're looking at B2C, so you would be sort of like something for everybody, and that's really tough for you since you're a small operator here. So have you been going through this? Where would you be sort of like your first kind of like focusing point here?
Yeah, well, we've been thinking about it, and we found out that there are individual users or small businesses that generate a lot of data, and some of them are using, let's say, a Dropbox or something like that, a Dropbox premium account, so they are paying quite a lot of money for Dropbox services. But in a contrast, we are trying to, with our different marketing strategy, to provide a service that is a little bit different in terms of operating, because of the uniqueness of the underlying service we are using. So we're trying to give them an idea that if you have inactive data that you are not using and you would like to get that off from your primary data storage devices, wherever it may be, in cloud or on-premise, then you could use our service, and we are trying to make it so that they can tag their data, so with flexibility they can add custom metadata that can search later on.
Maybe you could tell us a bit more about the technical part, because I know it has a few pretty cool features which are unique. For instance, there's no file size limit. It has 3 abstracted levels, so the storage level, the mid-hardware level, and the search and encryption level are totally independent, and which is also quite important that the data is very private. So maybe you can go a bit on that, on the actual architecture of the thing, because then all that you're saying would make a bit more sense. Also, what customers you're approaching and why. Why was it first corporate, first enterprise?
Yeah, as mentioned, the file size limit for our service is unlimited. If you take any other cloud storage, there is like 2 gigabytes upload from browser based because of the technical limits in older, let's say, technologies. I think that Google Drive now supports 10 gigabytes, but still, let's say, not most of the pictures and videos don't take that much storage, but...
Give us some metrics what you have done already with this thing. I know you moved like terabytes through your own network.
Yeah, we've been moving a lot of data in the Playtech. That's where we first found out that there is a need for quite large data, and we optimized for it.
I'm still struggling to get an answer to the question whether you B2B or B2C.
We are currently focusing on B2C, not anymore on B2B.
Okay.
The B2B was first initial idea, but we are moving away at the moment from that direction.
Okay, cool. Then 2 following questions. The one, do you know Moore's law? Moore's law.
Move.io? Or
M-O-O-R-E, Moore, computer law.
Computer progression.
Computer calculation law.
Yeah.
Yeah. Transistor capacity doubles every year.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, the same as storage, the same as
Yes, it's increasing twice.
How do you see yourself competing with this law? That's kind of... So now Dropbox charges, I don't know, it charges me $5 a month for 100 gigabytes. They will charge in a year, they will charge $1 for 1 terabyte. In 10 years, they will charge nothing for, I don't know.
Well, the thing is that actually Dropbox, for example, is using the same underlying infrastructure as we are, which is Amazon Web Services, and our archive storage is currently twice as cheap as their storage, what they're using. So, yes, they are big, but should we succeed in becoming or increasing our user base, we could also start dropping the prices.
Okay, but then the second question, could you name, I've written 5 actual cases, but on the say 2 actual cases for end customer right now. 2 cases, why they, how they, and why they should use Backive.
I think it's off.
Well, when you're using other services, you have to pay your yearly. You have to pay. You have uploaded the files. You pay. But in our service, you can keep the file for years, and you don't have to pay.
I mean, answer to the question: why should I use Backive? I'm sitting at home. I'm your customer. Oh yeah, for that reason, I need to use Backive. What is that reason? What is the use case?
Well, you have, let's say you have, in years you have collected lots of external devices where you have pictures, movies, and you want to keep them forever. And it's just one time you upload them to our service, and they will be there for free, and whenever you want them, you can get them.
Okay, and the second one?
I also would like to point out that the restrictions we are removing from compared to other services, that is the file size limit. Let's say you have really large files you want to upload and you don't want to part them because, let's say, it takes time, and also the upload bandwidth speed that we can really scale with your bandwidth because we have proprietary technology developed to, let's say, bypass browser-based uploaders because they really don't scale well with your really high bandwidths, but we have really put some effort into it to make it scale further. So if you're looking for really good upload speed, you are in a hurry, want to archive your data really fast, then we might be able to help you out with that.
Okay, thanks.
I'm still kind of struggling to understand what's your competitive advantage. And related to this question, so you continue to compare yourself to Dropbox, but you say you backup. Who do you think your competitors? Is it Dropbox or Carbonite? Because Dropbox is not positioning themselves as a backup solution, they're positioning themselves as a storage solution. So if you're a storage solution, then Dropbox. If you're a backup solution, you're something else.
Actually, yeah, we're relating to Dropbox because everyone knows Dropbox, and we could actually offer the same service as Dropbox, but we are actually trying to extend every other services for focusing on inactive data that you just want to get rid of it, but don't want to use it, but still would like to access it. And there is a service out there just launched, like really recently, that called Forever or something, and they actually provide the same services that you can archive or keep your data for like hundreds of years. At least that's how they market it. I see this new company as the direct competitor.
Okay,
may I just kind of to understand more, what is your offering, not in terms of like technology, I'm dumb user. What do you offer for me? You offer extension of my disk where I can dump a bunch of stuff. You offer backup for my disk, or you offer kind of backup where you promise me what I will be able to access this stuff for like 20, 30 years.
Actually, an archive, because backup is something where data is duplicated in multiple places. Backup is just reduce of risk if something happens with your main data storage, but archive is something that you can move away from your main storage. That's usually more costly, and put it on the archive, and you can be sure that it will be there and it won't get lost. That's the main thing we're trying to sell, that inactive data away from your whatever Dropbox, hard drive, USBs, put it there, let it be there. Don't worry about that you have to keep paying for that for like 30 years. You pay what you use, you pay for the transfer, what the file size, let's say, was at the time of uploading, and it should stay there.
Because the reason is I think you should figure out the right positioning. If you talk about backup, then you need to get into the tools which allows you to backup. Basically, I install some backup on my computer, backup software. It automatically kind of figures out what changed once a day or once a week. It kind of uploads with changes, etc., etc., etc. So you have certain kind of smart software which sits on your computer and actually doing backup. If you position yourself as basically a Dropbox position yourself, you just do the only thing, you just do extension of a disk drive, and that's fine. But depending on what is your positioning, it's a different set of features, and it's a different set of competitors. You need to kind of distinguish yourself. So if it's backup, you need to make sure that it's working properly, what it's automatically kind of doing this job without me remembering what I need to copy some files every day or so. So I think that's important. You need to figure out exactly your positioning and what is exactly the competitive advantage, because it's related.
Guess you killed the mic.
Should have a backup one.
Yeah. So, guys, we're running a bit short of time, so one quick round of questions.
Good point. That's a good point, because backups are mostly incremental and automated, but we don't really say that we won't try to extend in backup market, but currently it's more manual and extension on more of inactive data that you don't want to really use it in really frequently.
Well, it's more like an archive, because, for example, you are a free user of Dropbox, and you have like 5 to 10 gigabytes there, and let's say you have a folder there where name is archive, and whenever you don't want to use the files as active, you don't want to keep checking them and updating them, you just move those files to archive folder, and they will be deleted from Dropbox. You will have extra space there, but they will be moved to Backive, and they will be there forever.
Okay. Can you give me a concrete example, please, on what should be archived? I've got 120 gigabytes on my computer. Every 5 years I go through my folders. Everything that I don't recognize or is older than 5 years, I delete, because I never opened it, I never did anything with it. Please give me a concrete example of a household or a simple person using a computer, what he should archive, because I have no idea.
Actually, it's a good example of one of the users who actually uploaded his wedding videos, because he thought that it's data that he probably won't be accessing very frequently, and he just uploaded it there, and now it's there. It's, let's say, personal pictures and videos, for example, old ones.
My pictures I store on my computer because they are dear to me. And even my mother, who is 70 years old, she knows how to make backups on several hard drives. And she probably has a trust issue on sending the pictures to you and just keep 2 or 3 sets of digital hardware. And while hardware is changing, she will be able even to transfer from the old medium to the new one. So how would you compete with that technology?
Yeah, it's a tough assessment to make, because cloud and big data is really let's say emerging market, and we have to educate people that cloud services are reliable, and we have to give ourselves as an image of a reliable company that really cares about data and storing it for decades. So we have to educate our end users that your hard drives might not last as long as cloud services or let's say CDs or DVDs that might get are unreliable in terms of years.
Okay. Guys, just a few quick words, because we are a bit running short on time for this team. So you have about 2 minutes to wrap it up. 2 minutes, yeah.
I would like to ask one question, and I think that's important for all the startups right here. And what we are looking for is, what do I wish to be for whom? And it's just one sentence, one answer. You know, we trust that you can build a product, but if you don't have the answer to that question straight, you're going to struggle selling your product. So what do I wish to be for whom is very important.
Can I continue from there? Because this was exactly my point as well. I mean, focusing means that you're not really saying what you're doing, but you're saying what you're not doing too, in order to sort of like think that first. So if you're saying now that you're focusing in B2C, right? Okay, do not talk about B2B then. Right. So be focusing on B2C. Okay, there. What is the customer need there? You don't build up sort of like services and solutions on top of what technology can do, but you should do it according to the customer needs. And then what you have, you need to find out how you communicate that to the customers.
I will summarize it up. I think my best advice for you is to focus on the B2B market. Just from getting from everyone's answers, focus on the B2C market, but telling them a backup. They might not need to back up nothing. With an enterprise, that's where B2B is my sort of thing. You have companies who have 10 years of files, 20 years of files, records, which they need to save for their company. And if you can go with that proposition, you said, hey, why don't you dump your server and focus on us? That is a sort of market where you can focus on, because that is, for scale, it's a more better chance than actually trying to sell your product to the customer. So that's all I really have to say.
Maybe just shortly. We assume that you will get the customers and they will upload data and they will back it up for you. Do you have like kind of a future plan in terms of what can you do with this data? So do you, let's say like if you do the customer acquisition, they are on the platform, so you store the data of them, they store the pictures of everything, you charge and everything. What's your next step after that? Are you just going to be like the warehouse of data online for me? Or are you going to offer me added value that you can remind me that you have some data you can watch your videos that you uploaded 10 years ago? Or what happens after 10 years maybe?
So guys, this is going to be your final words. So wrap it up. Yeah.
We are adaptable, so we don't have all answers at the moment.
Good.
Best final words ever. All right. So guys, give a round of applause to Päev.
There's some water and please.
Guys, anybody wants water?
Yeah.
Or?
I'm gonna ask you guys. Meantime, how is
Water,
it? I know
anybody?
that the English is not most of these people's first language. So there's accents to deal with, and but how did you get anything from it? Was it kind of clear what they were talking about? Because I see a lot of people, multitasking. So I'm just wondering if maybe you're just a little bit too far away. I know that there's kind of a distance between us and them. Maybe you could, I don't know, repopulate this table. I know this is kind of empty. I see this one kind of full. What do you think? Would that work for you? If you came even a little bit more closer, would that help with the? Yeah, you're nodding because you don't want to move, but you're okay with them moving. Okay, this is also for me to stall so they could get a drink of water and kind of rest their voices a little bit. Next up, I think, is Rewild. So I know that some of you guys have startups, some of you don't. I would really ask for you to kind of, if you cannot put it in the perspective of your idea, maybe try to grasp what this startup is doing and think, if I was this startup, what would I do? I have 2 weeks to get my product to market, what I would do, what problems would I face, and see what those guys are offering, because I was listening from back there, and I can tell you that, or at least in my opinion, some of the advice that was given out was pretty darn good, and is actually pretty darn applicable to every startup in this room. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, cool. So let's try to kind of filter the accents and get the best from what those guys are talking. Are we ready to move on with the next startup? Cool. All right. Okay. Järgmine siis ma võtan sulle 45 ja 50, et siis liigume 50. Okay. All right.
Hey guys, Hey guys, so next up is Rewild. So Rewild, yeah. We would like to welcome you on stage, and As the drill goes, you have 5 minutes to introduce your product.
Well.
Yes.
What's our...
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes?
What's our main problem? Maybe to putting together the team and finding these great people.
Guys, you seem a bit confused.
Yeah.
So?
Well, guide me, please.
Okay, sure, guys. So what are like the most pressing issues? And tell us a bit about your solution. So what you're actually doing, because I know you're very technical. The thing behind you is actually the algorithm, which already works. It was developed in the university. So we're dealing with university intellectual property here, which is, he is the author of it, but he was doing it as part of university research. It's already in use by the Rail Baltic, which is the biggest railroad project right now, the whole of Baltics, maybe even in Europe. Who knows? So you have some exciting stuff to tell us about.
Why Walter knows all the startup better than they do, actually. I think it's weird, yeah.
Okay. Well, can you talk?
About the introductions, we are trying to solve the conflict between nature, environment, and human development.
Guys, start with for whom you're solving this, because you're not fighting for Mother Nature. You're helping corporations to build stuff.
Yeah, and we are putting together data from really different sources and from different databases, and to put it together and to make it accessible easily to the environment planners, the developers. And the current state is so that the data is really scattered and spread around in different databases. There are very many experts needed, but we as biologists, we can process this data and put it together in a easily accessible and understandable database.
Yes, and which probability to
talk about a bit about your user. You have like 3 different users. It's actually a specialist assisting software. It's not for the average user. It's for whom is it? Tell us a bit about the process, because we have never did anything with environmental planning, at least not me. You guys, you familiar with environmental planning, roads, stuff like that? Eels running over fish and whatnot?
Well, user is, some environment planner or environment impact assessor, for example, but in perspective, the people who are dealing with living nature, why not hunters or road drivers or who else? We are starting with the environment planning or infrastructure and real estate planners and developers, but yes.
Question, from your presentation, I didn't got straight. So what's your total addressable market? Because you said at some point something about $10 million. Was it your total market you're going after?
Yeah, okay. We have estimated that the total accessible market in Estonia is maybe 5 million euros.
5 million euros.
Yeah, but similar tasks or problems are in every country.
Okay, But you going after just Estonia, or you going after? Because the problem is, at your presentation you said what the total addressable market is like 5 million euro, and you're planning to get about 10% of this market by year 5, which makes it year 5 500k total revenue. Now, if you talk to investor and you say what by the year 5 my company will get 500k revenue, you just lost investor for sure, because nobody can invest in a company like that.
I think this is the question about export. That we see the Estonian market as the first step to prove to develop our solution and prove it.
But why will it take 5 years? So Estonia is a small market, you know the drill, we already have contracts with the government. Why 5 years?
Okay, this calculations was done without external investment. This is pure bootstrapping scenario.
So it's basically you and him working on your off time, 2 hours a day or something like that?
Yeah.
So it's basically if you don't get funded, that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I think by getting the external investment, it can strongly fasten this process.
Okay, I want to go back to the basics, because for me it's still not clear. What do you tell to the Estonian railways? There is that many trees, or so many rabbits can be killed, or what is the information that you provide to them? Because then I understand your product better.
We provided this placement of nature values. For example, placement of animal movement areas where to plan ecoducts or other wildlife passages. Maybe it's understandable or simple example.
If I understand correctly, your core competence is to analyze the human impact on wildlife, right? The impact on different businesses and all that to the wildlife, right?
No, actually, at the moment we are focused on analyzing the placement of wildlife, and of course, yes, we have competence to analyze possible effects of human activity to this wildlife and calculate some scenarios.
Okay, and how you do it is that you actually replace the sort of like written documents with, through your system, you produce a PDF for your customers, right? That's what I understand from your presentation.
Yes.
No,
okay.
It's actually a bit more. It's a whole overlay. You can put it on a live map anywhere.
Yes.
So it's actually an algorithm. It doesn't produce PDFs.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have some algorithms.
The thing is here that how I sort of like going to market with this. I mean, like you have a rough way of sort of like trying to reach all the potential customers, first of all in Estonia and then elsewhere in the world. I think that you should consider this from the corporate responsibility point of view and try to sort of like hook up yourselves into that category in a way that you're providing something very important information for the corporate responsibility point of view, right? So you should start building up your service so that it would be generic enough for sort of like any businesses whose business has impact on wildlife and nature and environment to use your service to present their corporate responsibility program results, right?
Yes, right.
Right, so it should be a sort of like, yeah, I totally understand that you start from this kind of project or customers as railways and all that, but is that what you're after, or?
Sorry?
Is that what you're after, sort of like having this kind of corporate responsibility service for all the businesses, sort of like to emphasize and to communicate to their customers and people what they are doing for?
Actually, no.
No. Okay.
If I may cut in a bit, because this is getting really confusing and off the rails. Actually, what we do is required by law if you want to build anything. So we actually help the experts to do the work faster, and this work is required anyway.
Yes.
Okay.
Guys, you have two brands, Rewild and Wildar.
Okay. Okay. This Rewild is our name of our enterprise, and Wildar is this automated platform of automated reports. Additionally,
why?
Okay, this is the product name. Additionally, we provide consulting service and field studies and.
So Rewild is consulting services, and Wildar, that's a startup you are talking about all the time.
Yeah.
Then just remove Rewild. We don't care about your company name. We care about your startup name because I got lost.
Okay.
Rewild, Wildar.
Fine. Yeah. Let's focus on this Wildar.
Okay, just a question on scaling up. I understand that you are quite knowledgeable in this region. The service that you're providing, would that be applicable or in the Netherlands, for example? Or if I go to the Amazon, could I use it there as well? If I'm a construction company in the Amazons in Brazil, and I want to know something about wildlife and about constructing in a responsible way, can I use your service?
In Brazil, yes, I think you can use our consulting service. This is why the reason why to keep this Rewild name there.
Yeah, but if you're making a platform, then I can access it from anywhere.
No, this is actually such ecosystem-based solution. You cannot, if we develop it for Estonia, then these species and their habitat needs and all this biology is too different. You can't have such generalized results or outcome. We still have to gather then data for Brazil and the basic algorithms and solutions can be the same, but the data has to be on site. So if it's spread around the world, then you can use it in Brazil also.
Tell us, is the algorithm or the data your business? So, as I understand, data you can get from anywhere, but you do the algorithm, so it is scalable to Brazil in theory, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. This scalable is basically the algorithm, not local data.
But then for local data, is there a way to get that automated, or is it easy to train people so they fill up your database in Brazil in such a way that you can also offer your services through the platform to Brazil? Would that be possible? Because I'm still a little bit confused. Because otherwise, if I understand it right, you are just operating in Estonia.
Estonia is in a specific situation concerned to that because Estonia has developed these kind of databases, and actually we have a lot of nature around us, nature values, different species, and Estonia really has developed these kind of databases. We have gathered and there is a lot of existing data, and that's why this solution should work so well in Estonia. But concerning other parts, this situation can be a bit different. So the key point is that there is already existing data, a lot of data in Estonia that is scattered and needs to put together. So, but basically the same kind of information is possible to gather in different parts, of course.
So have you ever tested this? Have you ever looked at like markets outside of Estonia and how it works outside of Estonia? How tied are you to some sort of Estonian database? How bad is the situation?
Yeah, we can. This algorithms use this data and some ecological relationship between different variables. And you understand?
If I understand, it's not a question.
Or,
do you guys
okay,
understand?
do you understand? Not much. Okay. Okay, we can use some information from Estonian database in other countries, at least in nearby countries.
Can you maybe draw it on the board for real idiots?
Yes, please.
Because I kind of feel like an idiot right now. I don't understand what data and what they're talking about.
Sorry, I wanted to ask, how does your product actually work? Because I've been sitting here for like the last few minutes and I've been so confused. How does
you
it
have
work?
like paper, you can use it and maybe visualize it.
Okay, how it works. Well, you...
So I'm the customer. So direct me through. I am the environmental planner looking to get some information.
Okay. You have this your screen first. There is this view of map. Understand? Then you select your area where you are doing your activity. Then the second view, you can select what you are doing there, what you plan to do, and third, you can get this.
I get it, guys. It's a real-life SimCity. Yeah? No?
Sorry?
You know the game SimCity, when you build a city, like on a landscape? That's actually what you are doing. But you're doing it in real life, on real map, showing... Okay.
Exactly. and you get finally report what is recommended to do and what is recommended to consider.
So you give us the data. So the algorithm generates the data to give onto the customer. So I'm the...
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Say to the customers in an understandable manner what data means.
So how do you make money from this? Is it free? How do I sign up, pay monthly? How do you make money from this?
Okay, this price of this report is related to size of this area you are querying.
So it's kind of a project.
And of course, amount of this information what you are asking.
So how many projects happen in a year? So I'm still trying to understand for scale of this product as well. How many times does a project happen? Is it a 1 year project? Is it a 2 year project? Not 2 years. Is it once a year, twice a year? How many projects, environmental projects, actually happen on a monthly basis or quarterly basis?
How many reports are queried?
How many people would use this? If this product was out now in Estonia,
okay. How many people?
How many people would use it right now?
Could use it?
Yes, right now. Like how many? If this product was
okay, there are some several hundred institutions in Estonia which use such kind of data.
So this is basically a reporting tool, and at the same time it's marketing tool for your consulting business. So it's related to your consulting business. It's a part of that.
Yes.
It's a tool.
And if you need...
So it's not a separate standalone product. So this is very important thing. So if you are developing a separate standalone product,
yes,
that is something that investors are basically interested about.
Mm-hmm.
If you are building just tools for your core business, which is consulting in this case. That's not an investment case, just from for the purposes of investing into it.
Okay.
Now, in order to sort of like, if you're looking for setting up a startup here and start building up a product of this, it should have its own revenue model, its own earning logic, its own addressable market, its own pricing system, whatever that you have for that. It should be able to live its life alone, independently from your consulting business. So this is one.
Yeah, I think it's possible to perform.
How?
So yeah.
How?
Okay. Well, do you think that this consulting business?
Can I rephrase the question? So basically, if I take that tool, give it to another consulting company, can we make money with it?
Yes.
So then it's a standalone product, as I see it, or no?
Yeah.
So if you do the product, then you can give it to another company, it makes the same reports, gets money, and you get some royalty, or how does it work?
But when your customer is another consulting company which is doing this thing, your customer not railways, which is needed the reports. Your customer is another consulting company, which is which is a legitimate business, but it's different business.
Yes. Maybe we can see this part of consulting as could be seen as user support service.
What?
Because, or okay.
I think we come to the, like in the previous group, you should have a focus. What is it what you want to do? What is it what you love to do? Is it developing this platform and taking that internationally? Or do you like to be involved with your clients and spend time with them and come up with very detailed, very customized information? So being a consultant, so that's really two different type of businesses.
Actually, if this platform is ready, it's built, it doesn't need of its own. And by going abroad, then there's although we have more specific data in Estonia, then still these all kind of map data or habitat data, and is already there for really many parts of the world, and there's also scientific publications about animals' habitat needs, and so it's possible to put together such kind of algorithm without that kind of specific data as we have locally here.
Guys,
so
we have
it's
3 minutes to wrap it up.
Okay.
And the question is, do you want to do that? Do you want to go global with this? Is that your ambition? Is that what you want, guys? Or do you want to stay like in Estonia, local?
No, we aim to expand globally.
So
with our this IT part, not with the not with the consulting part.
Okay, this was confusing, I guess, but...
Oh, okay, we have to explain.
But in short,
more.
you want to go global with the IT product and not the consulting thing, correct?
I think we're going to have to work on some focus, that's all.
Yeah.
You're here to learn, and we are here to teach you. Mm-hmm. And it's come clear in this conversation that we're going to look for some focus for you guys. I think that wraps it up.
Yeah. Guys, thank you. And next up, we have philosophy. Guys? Anybody wants water or this lemonade thing? Yeah. Okay, guys, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, hi everyone. As said, I'm Serena, CEO, and I have Hero here also, who is CTO, so he knows about technology. And I thought first of all, maybe I will just go over the customer journey process once again, because it was short in the pitch. And the idea is that when a lady, as we're focusing on high heel wearing ladies, goes to a shoe shop, chooses whatever shoe she likes, and then goes to a philosophy counter, where she gets sensory insoles. Well, basically insoles are really thin, that are equipped with sensors. And she puts them in the shoe and then walks around a few steps. And while she's walking, the data about the pressure under the insole and the working dynamics and everything is transferred wirelessly to the computing unit, where the program or our software creates a 3D model of the insole that's supporting the sole or feet from the right places. And from there, the model goes, in the same kind of equipment unit, there is also a production unit. And that model then goes to the production unit, which creates the insole right there on the spot. Which technology, that is not yet chosen. We are choosing between CNC milling, 3D printing, or heat processing. So it's under development right now. And then the insoles comes out within 5 minutes. While the lady, while waiting, she can go either choose another pair of shoes or go pay for the purchase or just read newspaper. So that's the process. And what are our main problems right now, or what we struggle with? Of course, the usual problem of startups, that we are all working full-time in other companies. This leaves us the evenings. And the jobs, we work on really kind of daily tasks to get something done, but we don't have the strategic view, or we haven't really worked on the strategic roadmap yet. The other issue we are having when speaking to different coaches and mentors, investors, is that we are required the validation. So since we are aiming at shoe shops, which are, and especially chains, which are quite tough customer, as said, then we are asked that if we can show some kind of interest from them, some letters of interest or already pre-contracts, something. But on the other hand, we really need to focus on product development, because as far as we have gotten the feedback, the shoes actually want us to show something. What are we really selling, or is it working? So basically, we are kind of in between if we should start the validation or go the product development, then we can't really get that thing right now.
Sort of like reach the online shoes, as I know in my wife, we have boxes of these shoes just hanging there, and and then she has reminders of when to send them back and all that stuff. So if you can touch that, make it a consumer product in a way.
Can I make my own insoles at home?
Sorry?
Can I make them at home? I hear a 3D printer. I have one. Can I make them at home?
Yeah, but you can print it elsewhere. But if you get information about sort of like the analytics.
Yeah, what I thought, kind of building on that, one thing you can do, if you the leg is not changing much. So basically, what you can do, you send this sole to somebody. They wear it for some time, and then you get pretty much measurement of the leg. It's kind of ID of the leg, if you can say so. So once you've done it once, you can probably figure out the way to use this measurement for different shoes. So what you can do next is you send this thing, somebody measure his foot, send you back the device, and you have the ID. Now, every time they shop something online, they use this ID and they send you the information about the shoe and their ID number, and you manufacture the sole and do everything online. That's another option.
extreme IT guy.
But actually, actually, I agree with this thing. The more, if you look at the number of shoes, the percentage of the shoes which sold online versus offline, my guess, this number is growing and growing fairly rapidly. I don't know how it's in Europe, but in US, most of these shops, people just buying like 5-6 pair of shoes, checking them out, sending like 90% of them back because it doesn't cost anything. Why not? And that's the way many people buying shoes. So if you create some kind of solution for these people, basically to take this shoe which we bought online and create this sole again online, you can have business which is way easier to scale, because you do everything in, like, you set up location where you produce these soles in like huge numbers, and you also get the effect what if you measure this, the next time this woman will buy a shoe, she will come to you again because she already have the idea of her foot in your system. She already worked with you, so it will be very easy to sell.
One more idea. How about this kind of instant food healer service in any mall? I mean, like there's a sort of like pop-up store there, and there's the sort of like measurement point. You're not only selling with, in connection with the shoe sales, but you're selling that to existing shoes, right? So it's just that, and that would, you would brand out yourself with that.
In that case, have you thought about selling the sensor insoles en masse? So why don't you try to sell the sensor insole to me instead of the insole? What would I be able to do with the sensor insole? Have you thought about that?
Sensor insoles, there are several competitors working on that field, especially in the athlete sector, where the sensor insoles are important to get the data of, especially for long distance runners or whatever runners. There are several competitors already working, also in Estonia. So we are kind of trying to distance us from that.
So guys, this, I guess, wraps it up. In general, now it sounds more like a fits me for shoes than what it was before, which I actually like the idea because fits me became huge fast. But I guess you got a lot of good feedback, and you have any last words?
Well, thanks to the mentors for the ideas. Certainly some of them have already been on the board, and we just need to take a deeper look and analyze and get to the final point from there. So thanks.
Okay, guys, thank you. So last up we have FightSense. Hey guys.
Hello. We're gonna change Kader because he's doing an exam now, and we try to give answers as good as we can. And first we need to...
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So the main problem with this FightSense is to get first prototypes. And to get money for that, and we have 2 co-authors from this, and each would cost about 10,000 euros. And after that we need some testing platform, and we have planned to get Estonia as a testing platform, because we have about 9,000 fighters only. And if we start selling this product, then we need to go worldwide. For example, France has about 200,000 fighters. Yeah. And link these FightSense sensors. Yeah. Then we also have one competitioner in US. it's similar, it's more primitive. It's mostly for practitioner or the fighter, but it's not for getting statistics or that kind of general feedback, how to train more effectively. And it gives some similar parameters, but it's not like a training helper so much. Yeah.
What is the name of this competitor?
It should be
boxing sensor.
It's some kind of, we have a web page, it's some kind of Elliott fight sensor or something.
Okay, have you heard about Move? MOOV. Maybe they are not targeting professional, but take a look. They are on Kickstarter also, and that's a cool device that you can place on both hands. And they're measuring punches, they're measuring speed, they're measuring intensity, they're measuring a lot of stuff. But they're not focused on like martial arts only. They are for broad sporting activities. But check them out. They have like a cool girl hitting.
Okay. Okay. I haven't heard of this. Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
Just when you were talking, just as an idea, when you were talking about like a site where you can keep the statistics, one of the cool things you can do it, to add virality, create virtual competitions. Like you have two people in completely different parts of the world, and you basically do competition between their statistics, like who is better puncher or whatever.
Yes, it's basically like why or something.
Well, expanding on the idea, there's right now there's an app growing which helps you fight people to fight with who are on the same level as you, more or less. And I think this statistics will be perfect to help that app actually find you people who are above the same level as you, because you as a fighter, you both know how difficult it is to fight a sparring partner, which helps you actually improve. I'm talking from experience here, and right now we're trying to do it through social media, but we have no data to back it up, and I would say you're like the perfect fit for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and another thing, so you said you need about 10,000 per device to do prototyping. What's your target costs? How much do you think the cost will be per each device when you actually go to production? And how price sensitive, how kind of would actually professional be able to afford it, or it will be pretty expensive?
Okay, thank you for the question. Just a moment. The offer was taken for 5 prototypes. It's 5 prototypes and like paired prototypes for both hands.
Okay. So, but what's the price? Think about end device which you will sell to the customers.
Yeah.
What's going to be the price?
I know that Karl and his team has calculated it will cost 170 euros.
Ah, okay, so it's reasonable.
Yeah.
The cost or the price for customer?
Yeah, it's one pair.
For customer.
This is how much person will pay, or this is how much it will cost you to manufacture this thing?
Yeah, this is the one that the customer will pay to us.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's okay price range.
And just a second. They haven't calculated it so well.
Well, how do you know it will cost 170 if you don't know how much it will cost you?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay.
Just a second.
I think they don't have hardware guy in their team, so
they have
no idea
calculated
how much
this 10,000. It means they want to do. It includes 2 production lines to get these clothes.
Yeah, we're not talking about prototype. Obviously, prototype costs way more.
I haven't answered this.
So the question is, when you will put these devices in production, what would be the cost for you to manufacture the devices, and what would be the So you said the price the customer will pay will be 170, but then it means what the cost for you have to be somewhere around like $50. Otherwise,
they said that it should be about 75 euros.
The cost. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, if the cost of a device is not that huge, what I would do in your place, I would just find the opinion leaders or at least several known professionals in this space. I will just send them it for free, basically in exchange for them to register on your site and basically putting their measurement on your site, and then afterwards you can use it very well because you will not just sell to somebody here, measure yourself. You will sell to somebody here, see how good are you relative to this guy. And this is more interesting proposition.
Carl has tried to plan and include into this startup Finnish and the Estonian national team head coaches to get to include them and then to test with their teams this product, and if it starts to work well and the software is good and they got reports and so on, then they start selling and so on. They have this, they know these people, yeah.
Guys, I think all those questions are coming from the broader question. So are you in a hardware business or you are in software business? So what's the main channel of your revenues? You are selling hardware and making money on hardware, or you are selling software and the services and you are making money out of software and services? What are you?
I think finally it will be the software more because this is the thing they're gonna pay us per month, and I think it's a more software.
So if it's a software, what you want to do probably, you want to put the initial price as low as possible. Basically, just recoup your cost. That's it. Because if you want to earn money on a software, then you want as many of these devices as possible in the hands of the people. Because once you can do even more than that, you can kind of say, pay for first year, get the device for free, if you can afford it, basically. If the first year of services recoup your costs of the device, do it like that. Because in this case, you will just get as many devices as possible, and if they like the device, they will just pay you money again for the subscription fees.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. They have thought to sell clothes, and if you buy these clothes, then you have some basic free software license, and if you want to get some advanced or coach software license, then you have to pay like 25 euros per month.
Be careful with charging for coaches and not charging for the rest of the crowd, because you have way less coaches than the rest of the crowd. You want to get money from as many people as possible. So figure out if you do freemium model, figure out the way what your premium subscription will be a good proposition for everybody. Because if your premium subscription is good proposition only for like 5% of the total market, you're not going to get much. Yeah. So figure out something, how to get it attractive for everybody.
Okay.
And also, once you have the data inside the platform, you can also partner with companies, brands that offer like sporting equipment. So you can, if you reach, let's say, 10,000 points on something, then you can get some kind of discount, so you can actually attract these partners to partner with you, so that you can also get a cost from them for being the platform. Because they go after these guys, because these guys are sports, these guys are the fitness, and the companies, the brands go after them. Am I clear?
What?
Am I clear? Was I clear enough? So let's say
maybe a bit
louder. Let's say you do the measurement.
Yeah.
Then you have certain points there in the measurement, the statistics.
Yeah.
So you take these stats and you offer to brands such as Adidas And Adidas offers you, to the user, let's say 10% discount on, because you reach some certain milestone. In this case, people will use the product because not only you're launching and people buy it, the most important is to use it.
Yeah.
And then they use it toward the stats, as well they use it toward the kind of monetary compensation. So in the marketing channel, it might sound as you pay 170, but if you are doing so well, you get the money back.
Okay.
So that's more sellable in terms of like.
And you can actually probably get some of these companies to donate money towards your equipment as well.
Yeah.
Donation, good business model. I'm joking. I mean, talking about hardware, what's a product lifetime? It should be really durable because you're kind of training each day, a couple of times a day, and how long it lasts?
Actually, I told Carl yesterday, and he has a plan to make a product that doesn't last so well. He said that they calculated the lifetime to this product only 1.5 years, and then part of this business is to get is to like push people to buy new ones. But yes, I know there is that kind of diversity, that why people should buy new ones if the first one was so bad.
But again, it's like Apple, you know, each year you need to buy a new iPhone because now the old one is already old.
But again, back to the question, what business you are. If you are in software business, you want this product to be durable, because it's your cost which you're minimizing if it's lasts not for a year but for 5 years.
Then it's both.
Yeah, so you need to figure out exactly where you want to earn money, and because of it, it's a little bit different.
Will I be able to wear the gloves during a competition? Or will I have an advantage over my competitor? Because I have a brick in my glove.
Okay, just a second. Can you come again?
Is there any regulations for wearing fight chains during an actual competitive fight? Because I want to know what my performance is during the fight when I need to be at my top performance.
Okay, I need to ask it. I don't know. Right now there is no limitations, but I know about the second competitioner. They have some photos and stuff about MMA matches, whether they're going to use it and show some statistics, how strong was the punch and so on. But the answer is no. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, maybe you tell a bit about the karate deal you were talking about to get it into professional sports?
Professional sports.
Yeah, you mean karate. You were talking about the deal. When I last talked to UCL, he told that he wants to get into karate to make karate more interesting and to make it go Olympic again.
Yes, the idea, what they want to do is to get karate to Olympics, because karate is very complicated. They have 11 referees who watch the match, and it's not like so attractive to watch, and usual people like I don't get it so well. But if they have some kind of characteristics to show on the TV, then it's easier to get, oh, that punch was named so on, that punch was named so, and the force was so and so on. And it's also more objective, because it can count all the impact punches and non-impact punches. It's not like so that the referee tells it was impact or it wasn't impact. It's more objective. Well,
I guess that's better business since you can sell 4 instead of 2, including kicks, right?
Sorry, I didn't
well,
get it.
that wasn't my point actually, but yeah, going back to the basics. I think that the better money would be done with subscription fees and, you know, on the software.
Okay.
Now, in terms of pricing of this kind of service, it will be really tough. Since if your if the sensor lifetime is 6 months, if you pay 170 for 6 months.
It was 18 months. Yeah, it was 1.5 years, he said.
Yeah, all right. $80 is the manufacturing cost, right?
Yeah, about.
Okay, $80. So you have to be pretty careful with your math in order to how to make money with subscriptions. I mean, if the 6 months 80, it's already over 10, right? So subscription should be at least 25, right?
Yeah. They have taught you to put it 25, yeah.
So and the other challenge that you will have is that if you are producing these sensors, it will be very labor-oriented business. You would be sending those and receiving them back, those ones who are not working and all that. So you really need to find a partner for, doing that. And that will not be free, again. Since somebody is doing that for you and making its own business on that. So it's not just the manufacturing cost, but it's all the delivery and distribution and all that thing there. So again, I would say roughly that would at least double the manufacturing expense, right? Again, should that double the subscription price? So you really have to go deep into this. And then, again, coming to the basics again, what is the addressable market? This is a branding business. You're providing something with your, you should be building up a brand, consumer brand.
Yeah.
In sports, that is tough. Of course, you can choose, collaborating with Nike or Adidas. Actually, Nike would be probably the best one for you. Sort of like start talking with them, how to sort of like get the sensors into their equipment and clothing and what have you. But still, it will be tough to scale that up, the business, build up the brand. But yeah, we'll have a lot to talk about during these 3 days.
Okay. If I may add something to the subscription fee, it's also interesting because if you would go for the larger consumer markets, people pay 15 euros in the Netherlands for a full month abonnement, and I can go to the gym every day, anytime I wish. I pay 15 euros. So for me to pay something for additional information is maybe 1 euro, 2 euros, and not more. So if I have a subscription on additional information. So I think it's not only the subscription related to the purchasing price of the equipment, but also related to other kinds of subscriptions that I have at the time.
Yeah.
Because people are not always logical in comparing stuff. They think, oh, subscription is also subscription. So be careful about that as well.
So guys, anything else you'd like to add? Anything you had told us about?
Yeah, but that's
maybe an application of this thing, the software? Like we understand that it's like punching and accelerometer. What's so cool about the software? Maybe a few words on that. You have like 4 minutes.
You mean what kind of sensors and stuff?
No, I mean what's this? We understand the sensor, it's an accelerometer, but what does this? Why would I want to buy the software from you? So what makes the software good?
Because the software gives like it's not like only numbers, but it also gives some conclusions on the numbers because Kadri is a coach too, and they have knowledge how to make a conclusions on these numbers, and we can also give some specified training programs or how to change the training program you get more speed or you get more power on the punches and all that kind of stuff. Because the problem in martial arts are that you can't measure so well the mid-season shape, but you can see only on the competitions, or you can do some endurance tests on the laboratory or something. But with these, you can do it like every day, and this is the main thing.
Cool. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Last remark is that because I read your notes what you wrote, and the author of the idea has a background on martial arts, and you will everything else you will outsource to Hedgehog with a consultant, with a senior programmer. How's your team compiled of? At this very moment, I mean, like, are you two guys are?
Actually, I'm not on the team officially because I'm doing it, but they have. I'm gonna. Yeah, they have this university's spin-off counselor who is on the team. Then two guys from who is doing the martial arts, and Erki is also good on the law side, and that's basically all. And the new guys who are going to be in the business are the head coaches. And at this point, if it's going to be software, I know we're going to need some good guys who is leading us in the software business.
Because when you delegate stuff to do for someone else to do, it means you're not going to do as you want to do, so you kind of compromise a lot. And giving the product line to third party for something that you are innovating in here, it will be a challenge for you guys. Because it might not end up being as you thought.
Yeah.
It might be better or worse, but yeah.
So it is, and also the software business is so rapidly changing always, and it needs always some updates, probably.
So guys, thank you, and let's give them a round of applause. So this concludes our startup overview. Now we are all invited to have some food. It's been set up in the room next doors.
Yes, I will say again so that everybody hears and understands very clearly. So, first like a 10-second yay or nay. The startups, obviously I saw them, their gears were turning and they were like, oh yeah, we're under pressure here from all these guys. But the rest of you guys that were listening, any comments, observations? How was it, generally? Pretty good? Okay, so this is the modest Estonian way of saying it was pretty okay. All right, okay, so 13:30, 35 already. We're gonna have lunch now, which is served out there. You may eat in the hall, you may eat at the tables here, and we will gather back here at 14:30. So roughly an hour lunch, a little bit less. Hello. Yeah. Hey guys, just a quick tip for you. If you're done eating and you're reading your Facebook or Twitter feed on smartphone, which means you're bored, I remind you there's this gentleman over there with this cool slide gadget thingy. So we have 10 minutes still our break left. So if you wanna go and play around with the Kinect thing, then go ahead, do that. Actually, I'm gonna go do it. All right. All right, cool. How's everybody doing? You, I see most of you have finished eating. How was lunch? How was it? Like, pretty decent? So-and-so? Typical Estonian food? Yeah? I see one thumbs up. I'm not gonna require any more. All right. So, we are going to continue with our day now. So this is the part where our startups that were previously on stage will now go up to another room with our mentors, and we'll get some more one-on-one advice and coaching. And then they will be back down to report on their progress. But while they are gone, we are having a couple of very interesting lectures and some time for a task as well, which we will describe briefly. All right, cool. So, where is Walter? Are all the startups in the room now? Yeah? Raise your hand who's missing. All right, good. So I guess this is the time now where you will move up. So I will let you do that now then, and then we can kind of fill the seats that have been left empty to come forward here. Okay. Everybody's finishing up their last email. That's good. Cool. Thank you, guys. Okay. All right, guys. So, people that are going upstairs, I presume that you already know the room that you're going with. If you don't follow the mentors, they know where they're going, hopefully. Okay. And everybody's left in the room. Let's fill up the seats that have been currently left empty, so we can, again, this is a very good table which is unutilized. You guys could, oh yeah, you're actually going upstairs to get some mentoring. Awesome. Let's move forward here. And there's also a table here where I'm sitting and I don't have any neighbors, which makes me very sad. So you can come and be my neighbor, or you can join Gostrin here at the mentors table. Yes, you can also come forward here. What do you think, guys? Do you wanna move one table over, be a little bit more closer to the action? It'll make easier what we're gonna do next. Okay, come on now, chop chop. Up we go. Sorry, I have to be a little bit more concrete with you lot. Okay, that's just one table over. It's a very simple move. It shouldn't take more than 30 seconds. It's very quick to do while everybody else is going out. That needs to go to the upstairs room. Let's just move closer. Cool. All right. Awesome. Thank you for cooperating. By the way, a quick survey. I see a lot of you have bought laptops. I actually also have one, and I was when people were talking up here and I see a lot of people writing, I was like, what are they writing? Are they making notes? Are they on Facebook? Are they playing World of Warcraft? What are they doing? So let's do this quick exercise, because I think that maybe some of you would be shy about raising their hand now for these questions. So let's do this. Everybody close their eyes. Close their eyes. Everybody close their eyes. I see you're not closing your eyes. Close your eyes. Yes, I see. Everybody should close their eyes. Okay. Everybody's eyes. Yeah, you as well. No peeking. Come on. Let's play fair. Everybody close their eyes. And now, honestly, in the first half of the day, if you're using your laptop to use Facebook, raise your hand. And yeah, you're peeking. Don't peek. Close your eyes. Okay, very good. If you were using to make notes on the lecture, please raise your hands. Okay. If you were using to check email, everything, any other feed, social media, whatever. Okay, cool. If you were playing a game. Okay. I see most of the people haven't raised their hands. What other options are there? What else can you do with your laptop? You were using to develop your product or coding or contacting clients. Oh, good. Wow. Awesome. Okay, you can open your eyes now.
Reading news, maybe?
Reading news. I don't know. Anyway, thank you. Of course, this is a tech conference, so we encourage you to use your gadgets. So it was just a kind of a quick survey for me. But now, let's go forward. So we've met the mentors, you've met me, you hopefully have met your neighbor. If not, we will come back to that. You will. But what about the organization that actually is organizing this event? You're seeing a lot of people scurrying around and, making all sorts of things happen and, making you comfortable here. So let's take 10 minutes and actually hear about Ekut and what it does and what it is. So I have here Hanno to talk about it. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. My name is Hanna, as it was said. I'm the CEO of Student Entrepreneurship Club of University of Tartu. That's a little bit of a mouthful, so we call it ourselves ECUT. First of all, I would like to say thank you for coming to the event, from not only from me, but the whole ECUT team. We're very happy that you're here. And we hope that the event will give you the good possibilities to get great new information and great new contacts. Maybe if you're a startup, maybe you will find some investors, or well, at least you'll get some free food, right? But what's the goal of the event? Is there's a lot of students and young entrepreneurs here, or entrepreneurs. The goal is to actually show you what it is like to be a startup, what problems will you have, what do you have to consider, and so on. And as you have seen here on the stage already earlier, that the mentors have quite a lot to say about the startups. So make a lot of notes. If you're a startup, then you'll get a lot of good information around you. But a little bit more about the organization itself. What do? We are something of an accelerator or an incubator, something between there. We concentrate on technology and IT startups. So if you have an IT or technology startup, but you don't have any customers, paying customers, you don't have any prototype, you don't have any investors, anything like that, you can come to us, we can help you. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, as we have seen today, you need mentors. First of all, you will get mentoring from our own team, and we have many contacts here in Estonia with great experts, and of course many contacts from abroad, as you have seen again on the stage. Secondly, what you need are contacts. Contacts with partners, contacts with investors, contacts with customers, especially if you're in B2B. So ECUT has a list of possible contacts that you will need, and we will offer it to you. Well, and what more do you need? Well, you need a product. We have an IT development team with years of experience. Unfortunately, we can't help everyone full-time with developing the whole of their product, so only the best ones and only the most motivated teams will get the possibility to really, really closely work also with our IT development team. Next, we also have a co-working space, because when you're a startup, you really don't have many places to go to work, like an office space. They cost. So we have one for free, open already. It's located in the city center, in Tartu University Economic Building, in room B107. So please, come, join us. Okay, and another thing that I would like to say about my team, we're really, really passionate about these kind of startup events. A few examples: Slush, Lean Startup Machine, Startup Weekend. These are great places where you can meet a lot of co-founders, investors, mentors, so on, and get a lot of information. That's why we have this event going on. And there will be more organized by us. For example, today in the evening at 7 o'clock, please come to the Economic Building. We have a networking evening there. There will be free beer, and pizza from Taverna. Okay, but other kind of pitching contests, for example, and so on. Many new things. What more can I say about us? Well, as all good pitches end with call for action. We are already open. You can find us in these pink patches, and come talk to us. If you have a startup, you need some help, you have some problems, come talk to us. We can help you, we can give you guidance, contacts, product development help, all the things that I have said already. Definitely, if you want to hear more about our news, about the upcoming events and so on, then keep in contact. We have a Facebook page and emails, hanno@icat.eu, so contact me. And actually that would be it for me for now, but I would love if you would have some questions for me about iCat. Maybe something was left a little unclear, so please.
You can ask questions now. Yeah?
You mean you're looking for co-founders and teammates and so on? Yeah, as I said, we have this co-working space there, and we have...
The question was, how does iCat actually work? Like, what is the process? Yeah, when I have an idea, what's the process? How are you going to help me actually?
Okay, so...
Was that the question? Yeah.
I understood that how iCat gets you the teammates?
No, the question was that, let's say this gentleman has an idea, and you say you somehow can help them. What is the flow, or how does the helping look like?
Okay,
Walk us through the steps, what you can do.
The first step is to come and talk to us. The second, then from as we talk to you about your idea, there we will find out what you actually need, and then we can start offering you what you need. Maybe if you need teammates, we can try to find them for you. The co-working space will be a great place where to find teammates. If you need some contacts, or whatever. A lot of the time, startups really, especially if they're starting for the first time, they might not have actually ideas what are going to be the most difficult parts. So we will actually try to find that at first, and then we'll see next. I hope I answered you. Yes? No? Okay.
Okay, cool. So to summarize what you just said, you don't have a clear pipeline, you will just take it case by case and see what anybody needs. Okay, so you're kind of a one-stop shop then, what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, very impressive. Okay, anything else? Yeah, Apa. No.
How many startups you have to you had helped up to the business?
These 4 startups that we have right now here are the first ones. But no, actually there would be more if we count in the startups that our volunteers have. You will hear them pitching on Saturday. We have Fysabi, we have what were the other ones? The tourism app and other things. About 7 then, 7, 8.
Okay, cool. Just a quick recap. Except for Kostream, obviously, who actually has currently a startup idea that they're incubating, or actually has currently a startup that they're working on? An idea also counts like pre-venture idea. Like, I have this idea, I want to do it in the next 6 months, but I'm just still gathering. Okay, so 3 or 4 people. So that probably means that the rest of the group is still unsure whether this whole startup thing is for them, kind of. How can you help out in that sense, like to make it clear, is it even something that I want to do? Maybe I just want to work for a startup, maybe I want to start one, maybe I want to work for already like we have Skype and these not anymore startup companies. How can you help out with that?
Well, I think the best thing for that is to come to these kind of events and talk to the startups themselves and find out what they need, what they do, and see if that fits for you. Of course, the best way is to actually join the team and find...
Yeah, we heard you. We heard you. Well, I don't know. Is there actually... That's fine. That's actually... We actually might be done. Any other questions for Hanno? Then you usually have to wait for 10
running out the battery, I guess, is a sign that I have to go off the stage.
Yes, pretty much. So if there are no more questions, then I'll just give a big round of applause for Hanno and for Eckert.
Thank you.
All right, cool. In the meantime, as you can see, there's also a screen here which broadcasts us what is happening in the startups room. Obviously, we can't put sound on it because it would interfere with what's coming up next. I was told that at some point they will be putting some actually text on screen so you can actually see something else rather than just people sitting and talking. So this is just kind of a side thing if you get distracted. However, the main action is still here. And next up, we have a lecturer from far, far away. And we're going to be talking about startup failures. So our lecturer is Kostream Shakli, is how I pronounce that name. He's an entrepreneur with high passion for innovation, business transformation and market disruption. In the last decade, he started companies from scratch and managed to bring a range of new technologies into challenging environments. He's the co-founder of Fast Europe Ventures, a renewable energy startup, Changers.com, which is a Berlin startup, board member at IPKO Foundation, supporting the development of the next generation of leaders with digital vision. So he's doing a lot of things. He is, as you saw on the stage as well, very knowledgeable. and I bet he also has failed quite a few times, which is why he's the perfect guy to talk about startup failures. One funny fact about Kustrim that he mentioned earlier is that before he starts a new venture or does a big IPO, he goes and jumps off from somewhere very high away, which is kind of funny. So to get his adrenaline up before he goes does an important business meeting or starts a new venture, he will actually find himself a tower, like the figure skaters that jump in, and jumps from a high point into the water. This is his ritual, which is strange. However, considering how many successful ventures he has, maybe it's a good tip for everybody to start doing that, and maybe our ventures will go better. Who knows? All right. So please give a round of applause for Kustrim.
Well, thank you. I mean, as you see, I'm still alive. I haven't been drowned. And what Vilo just explained is basically what startup life is about. Like, it's mainly before you start something, it's like jumping in the big swimming pool. You know that there are rescuers there. They're going to rescue you, but you learn the way up yourself, and it's going to be hard sometimes. Sometimes it's going to be, but. Among all the ventures that Vilo mentioned, some of them were successful, but they had really interesting failures in between, and some of them as well, failed. But a failure is not seen as a failure as a last stop, but it's basically something that you learn and you take the best outcome and you actually move forward. As I explained, running a startup is mainly like jumping from the divers. I'm sure you've seen the Olympics. These guys, they try to impress you before they jump in the pool, but they will never drown. So launching the startup is mainly like, many people will say like, you should have a team, you should have this and that. You can find this on the internet. I'm not going to repeat them. But basically what entrepreneurship is that entrepreneurs say yes when everybody else says no. So if you say like it can be done, they say like it can be done. Show me how it can be done. A bit of background on my kind of ventures. So I invented the blue screen. No. So I started kind of my entrepreneurship career when I was early at IPCO. IPCO is it's an interesting startup, and which was a startup which connected the entire country I am from. By the way, I was born in Kosovo, the newest country in Europe, so to say. They took the satellite dish from the neighboring country, from refugee camp in Macedonia, and they connected the country. And from this, they emerged into the telecom, which I was working with them, and later on it was successful sale. So that basically then we did the foundation afterwards. But then, during this process, I had one idea in mind, and that was basically to launch an open education platform. And this open education platform came because I wanted to solve a problem. One was in a post-war country where there is nothing happening. Access to the employment was due to two factors. One was you need to be good in English, and another one in computing. So I'm talking about situation 2005, 10 years ago. People started to get kind of access to the computers and started to get access to the internet. So instead of actually letting people go and have expensive training courses, I innovated a product on which is online and helped everybody to teach themselves by themselves online. And this program basically, before we launched, we wrote the entire curriculum and the entire content and graphics and everything. And what was interesting is like every time we submitted, we failed. Because every time we submitted, we had mistakes, we had to redo it again, and then our working hours, we were working like 10 hours a day. It was nothing compared to like almost became in 24 hours a day because we made another bad choice, and that was that we told the launch date way before we actually had our product on the place. So a bit of poor communication, a bit of poor management, which was consistent of myself managing the team for the first time, but you learn so much about it, so it can help you in the next ventures. The program became part of national education program, so now every school is using it, and has more than 30,000 users daily that use it. So it's really cool. But towards that, we had really some outcomes that I will show at the end. Then moved to launch Fast Hero Venture, which was a mobile payment company for the Eastern Europe market. So you, in Estonia, there is something similar, I think, called Fortumo. Yeah. So I was basically connecting countries for the first time to mobile payments. So there were countries like Montenegro, Macedonia, Kosovo, Albania. All these countries, they never had that, they could never. So I launched the product on which they could actually take the mobile phone and pay for something online, and the content enablers could monetize their early portals back in the days. But what was really good is that the innovation is amazing. But what was really bad was I was super early. Actually, people didn't know how to use it. I had to spend resources and money to train them, and at the end, it didn't get back what I was doing it. But still, again, the outcome of learning was amazing. And while I was spending so much time arguing with telecom operators to connect me, the users basically were kind of confused, so I couldn't define whom am I doing the product for somebody in the cloud or for the user to use it. Then I moved to, basically I pivoted. Pivot, you know what that means? Basically, when things are not going in the position you want, you change the direction into something else. I learned that if I would have pivoted a year before than I did, things could have gone much more better, because then when it started to get better. So another failure of mine was I could not know when exactly you need to stop. And then the company was doing great, consulting banks and telecom, so basically became a consulting company which is still up and running and doing well. Then moved to Changers, which is a solar device company in Berlin, on which we innovated the product, we launched the market, but it was super early launch. People, again, even I didn't take the outcomes I learned from before, still we couldn't manage to adapt to the product, because we were going through early adopters, but the mass market never got it, and it took kind of time. So again, management on that was a bit hard. Hack Forward Accelerator, I just put it there, is just something that the startups want. So it was a venture on which the startups could go and go through the acceleration program. What was really interesting is these experienced guys, they set up a program on which they don't like guys with MBA degrees to go and launch, to tell to developers how to launch a startup. They actually work with developers, work with ideators to do the business. So the business administration is the same as everywhere, but the idea and the effects that you can give to the market with your idea, with your work and with your innovation, it's kind of most valuable. Then this is really interesting, and of course we failed to scale it faster, but it's something I would like to mention. Coming from a country that got just independent, we are not in a drop-top list of shopping websites, Amazon, Google, Facebook. So when you buy something in Estonia, a book in Amazon, you get your delivered and your address in Tartu here, but I don't have an option to select Kosovo there, because Kosovo, even it's been independent, is not yet a United Nations member, and if you're not in United Nations, then you're not in ISO, and if you're not in ISO, you're not in ITU. All of these institutions, they are linked with each other. So then when you are a startup, you just take the latest database from UN, you don't have them in the country. I started an initiative that empowers people to go online and lobby themselves for different websites. So within 6 months, we had Facebook, Google, Twitter, Foursquare, all of these big things that we use every day. They listed the country there. But so many things to talk about as well for this in the next days that I'm going to be here. And now, I mean, basically this summarized into the foundation, which we run, which we help the digital leaders, the new digital leaders with a digital vision. So people who are actually, think about for a person that was born in year 2000, today is 14-year-old, is using Snapchat, is using all of these interesting tools that we use every single day. So basically we are working with this kind of potential of people that are bringing. So what else? One of the key things why 95% of things fail is one thing. The entrepreneurs, they go and they just want to start something. So to make it more interactive here, how many of you use everyday go on App Store and you download any new application that was launched there? So every day you go and check the newest one. You know how many applications every day they launch in the App Store? Thousands. You cannot actually, if you were sitting, it will take you like 3 years to download all of them and test them all, or maybe more. The key reason why things fail is because you don't not making something that people want and not paying enough attention to users. So last night I was in a hotel room and I just searched users. You know, everybody here says, like, you know, in the world says, my users will do this, my user will do that. If you search users in Google Images, that's what. This is how we see users, you know. That's why things fail, because these are users. We think of users like avatars. We think of users like they are not humans. They are users. They are just going to be using whatever I launch. It's not true. They are humans. If you don't make a customer experience that well, then you fail. Of course you fail. What is that? Do you know about journey map? This is a customer journey map that, from a very basic, even in any time of age, it has to be used. So basically it's like happiness, sadness, and time. So when you launch something, if you don't go through the journey map, then don't launch it at all. So when I take a product which I download on App Store or go to make a call or go to do anything, if I have a bad experience in the beginning, I'm going to go all the way like this. If I have a good experience and then here I'm going to see something surprising, it's going to be like this. But I'm only one. And now in this room we have all of you here with the different preferences, different everything. If we're going to go and focus on only what I like, because the founders, what they do is like, well, I think that this is the way. People will go upload their pictures online, and then after 10 years, they will download it back, and then they will share it and everything. Why? Because I do it. But that's completely wrong. That's why you fail. Because if you don't outline at least 10 user scenarios of could be, and take an example like a person who is just angry because he lost his phone, now he's coming to the website. Any kind of extreme scenarios and also good scenarios, if you don't outline them, then you have nothing to share about. And then it's lack of market research. I want to do Airbnb for cats or something completely irrational to the industry, what they need. So they just go and say like, yeah, we know that there is a market. We know that the cats should be staying somewhere while I'm abroad, and all of this. And again, everything is based on the person who is launching the product, how he thinks or she that the product should do. And then the product is online, and then it fails. Not choosing the right market. You go with a different market. You go and jump yourself in a market which you don't understand. I did that many times. I just go to the market that not where I'm strong, but I'm in a market where I could actually learn. But then I fail so many times, but I learn so many times. That's a positive outcome as well for me. But also, when you launch a product, everybody tries to launch in the United States. Just try to validate if it works. If you can get 10 customers in Tartu, then go for another market. But just don't build something in here for the US without validating first here. That's one of the reasons why things fail. Again, I'm fine unless I see by my social connection that what I'm doing, you are doing, but 10 times better, then I'm not changing. Change makes us uncomfortable. You know, it's called, if you don't bring me an idea that has a moonshot thinking, you are aware of the term moonshot thinking? So it's basically improving things not by 10%, but by 10 times better. So if you're using email, I'm using email. If I see you using email in different way, then that 10 times could improve then I switch. So sometimes when you solve, it comes with the basic need of solving the problem. Problem of communication, problem of transportation. You have many problems and still we don't solve, but then we go avoid. And the problem the entrepreneur has is like they know their weaknesses. Instead of actually telling them, they try to avoid, and then they go in the trap. Choosing the wrong platform. This is one of the most technical mistakes the entrepreneurs do, usually, is when they choose the wrong platform. Think about, you launch your website or a marketplace for something on which has to be translated into 7 different languages a month after the launch. Oh, we didn't actually thought about having it in a multi-languages, which means we need to recode the entire thing. You choose the wrong platform to advertise. You choose the wrong platform to market. This could be something that leads to failure, especially when you're not conscious enough. And of course, being too slow. I met entrepreneurs who were pitching me, who were actually saying like, we are embarrassed to show our product because we are working in 2 more weeks. In 2 more weeks, I'm going to show you the best thing we can ever build. Why can't you show me now? It doesn't look nice. It doesn't look nice. I don't care if it looks nice or not. Does it do the purpose or what was built? Yeah, it does, but it doesn't look nice. So many entrepreneurs are obsessed with this design that has to look awesome. If you don't bring a MVP, minimum viable product, online, and I say all the time, if you're not embarrassed of your first version, don't start the second one. You remember Facebook, honey? How it was in the beginning? We improved. We made Facebook what Facebook is. We improved the services every single day. So you shouldn't be embarrassed of launching something that sucks because once you get the feedback, you improve. But many of them are like, yeah, I'm going to launch. I know a guy who has an amazing idea, an amazing talent, and amazing everything, but I just gave up on him because he's being so slow in terms of launching everything. And that's, you think about if you are talking for the investors, they don't have time. Don't let investors manage your time, because that's when another thing that fails all the time. Let you manage. You have to go and say, here's my first version, and I'm building on the next one, and you have 2 days to respond to it, or I'm taking it to the next level, to the next guy, particularly. And then the thing is like, being an entrepreneur and being, having a different lifestyle, getting out of your comfort zone when you can wake up, go to the job, and you start at 8, you finish at 5. Being an entrepreneur is not for everyone. I see entrepreneurs who just want to be entrepreneur. I think the term one entrepreneur, I think is wrong. Shouldn't be ever used, because wanting to be an entrepreneur is wanting to try things, not just to be for the sake of being an entrepreneur. So because it's a title, it's not a status. It's a hard lifestyle. You're going to be working a lot on your life. So it's not going to be something like, I want to be an entrepreneur. Make sure before you make that decision that you have calculated all the risk. Because some entrepreneurs, they go and they do a suicide entrepreneurship, which they go like, entrepreneurs or death. That's not good. You should try. Don't fear the failure. Try, fail, but don't go into this mindset of, I'm going to try it till the last breath I have, because you're not on a battlefield here. And then, of course, think about the team. I always say there is like a website which you can have 50 questions to ask each other. Like, are you doing this business for $1 billion or for $1 million? What if somebody just comes and says, I want to buy your business? Does your partner wants to sell the business or he doesn't? What happens if I get hit by the bus today or in 10 years or on longer? All of these questions you need to start before you actually start doing work together. And of course, entrepreneurs always say, yeah, but this will be, we don't want to go through it. Why? Because if we do it, then we will not do business together. But exactly. You better do it now than when you go into courts or you go in the wrong timing in front of investors when you argue with a team member on why you agree with him or you don't agree with him. Think about the scenario in which you are bootstrapping, which for those who don't know, it's basically you have your own, you run your startup at your own cost, and you have the final meeting with the investor. Then if he doesn't invest, you basically collapse. I mean, the whole idea goes away because you cannot afford anymore. Think about the investor says no, and outside it's raining, and you have to part ways with your co-founder. Then one goes in the left, another goes in the right, both desperate. Think about this scenario. It might look a bit Hollywood, but this is the truth. This is the truth. Think about what you should commit and be fair. Not all of us can commit. Somebody has a family, has to be with family, can commit only 25%. I meet entrepreneurs who come to me and say like, hey, let's start a business 50-50. Like, no, I can't. No, I can't. I will be happy if I can give 5% of my time for your business. But why don't you start 95 and I start with 5? But we cannot do 50-50 business because we are not, I cannot be equal partner to you because that means commitment. So, and of course, avoiding to get hands dirty in the business. We're going to launch a startup. We're going to outsource everything in India. They're going to do for us. I'm just going to go in front of monitor and see everything. If you don't know how to code, especially a bit of it, or understand everything, or put yourself into position where to make a decision quickly, you're going to fail. Because if you want to be the boss or remote boss of some guys who are building your product, that doesn't work. Delegation is awesome. I delegate many stuff of my that I want to do into people. I know that it hurts because they're not going to do the way I want to do, but it's a kind of middle compromise here. So, but majority of the time, I like to get my hands dirty into business in terms of like, try to make it like, you send me the version, maybe I can change to make it a bit, if I can make it better, I make it better. If I have to do it something for the business, I do it. But many take it like more like a job than an entrepreneurship journey. And of course, people now have a huge potential because business transformation is one of the things that is going on so fast. Do you remember Kodak? Kodak were the guys actually who brought digital camera. And just some years back, they filed for bankruptcy. Why? Because they were so afraid to do business transformation. Instagram took over the photo messaging, everything. Have you been to Instagram website? How many of you have been to Instagram website? The website, not the app, the website. If you go there, what is in there? Nothing, it just says download our app. So think about it. Like when you build something, you see like people will come to my website. Instagram doesn't have a website. It's hard to even find who found it. You can find it somewhere else faster, in Crunchbase or somewhere. But business transformation is something like a unique opportunity for everybody that starts because all of the old brands are going through that. Nike, think about it, provides us shoes, trainers for us, and now starts to do fuel, track movement and everything. If they go and being the data company of the measurement of your lifestyle, maybe that will be their future. So it shouldn't be like the future always to be in the same as it was like 20 years ago. Things are moving so fast. And even will move even faster in the time to come. So being afraid of transforming your business it also leads to failure. I think you try once, it doesn't work. You try twice, it doesn't work. 3 times, 4 times. But if you are this stubborn who says, I know it, it's the people who don't understand because I do, then I'm sorry, but you're failing to give this message, and you should think about alternatives, but not giving up in terms of transforming the business you're making into something else. So this is one of the reason of it. And of course, this is so interesting. I met entrepreneurs, myself included. It was so hard to swallow the pill, which you had to actually to close stuff you built, I spent time building a social network for a year and a half, coding from 0 page, think about it. And I had to press it to shut it down because Facebook was taking over. You will be able to make this decision way much earlier and be ready to accept it, It's not the end of the life. Life is so long ago and so long ahead. So it's not like you need to actually be so emotionally attached to a business you create because you can create another business. Another opportunity is around the next door you walk it. Think about when people see that you actually dropped the business you were. They say this guy has experience, has knowledge, has everything. They approach you to do the next business with them. Doesn't mean if you failed, at least you tried. And the failure should not be seen as something that people should run away from it, but should be a kind of a pride. I know in Europe here we take the theme of failure as something that that guy failed, this thing failed, but because they failed because they've been trying, and after you try for many times, at the end you succeed. Do you know Zynga from the guys who made Farmville, Cityville? Do you know Farmville, the famous Farmville, whatever. Facebook game, yeah. He had failed 9 companies before Zynga, which was a sensation once Facebook was allowing to do the gaming inside. Guess what is again he failed. Now Zynga is actually going down, even is still in the market. It's still struggling, but then still they are working a way to transform their business because it worked. Think about Angry Birds. How many of you are still playing Angry Birds? That's good. But if I asked this question 2 years ago, everybody would be with hands and legs up. And they're not failing, but they have to go through business transformation themselves because the curve always every high peak has its downs as well. And when you do business and when you fail, it's not about how the more high you go, the faster you rebound when you go down, So it works that. And of course, fail faster. The faster you fail, the faster you can change, the faster you can decide, the faster you can save things, the faster you can change the business prospect, the faster you can do everything else. And the worst thing is if you fail slow and then it's and then I don't know how you're going to recover from that. But if you fail fast, fearless, if you build this mindset of being fearless and you fail much faster, then that's the key for taking the failure as something. I mean, I met people who say to me hey, I'm in Berlin, I just met these VC guys. Yeah, what happened? We just spoke with each other and yeah, they like what we are doing. I said, all right. Did they call you back? No. That you failed. And not that you failed to talk to these guys, but you actually failed in terms of making an impression and let them control your presence there. Instead of you going and actually pinpointing the parts you want to talk about and get to the deal, they go and it's yeah, we just met. These are also guys like us and others who are normal. And but that's sometimes people are afraid of failing too fast in this regard. And then of course, as I mentioned the swimming pool before, sometimes when in business, it's not only to jump. sometimes also requires synchronized swimming, where your head is under the water and you need to learn the way up and how to manage the business and how to make sure like you don't fail. But these guys, just because they have the heads down, they are doing excellent job. So it's not about failure as seen as a bad thing. It's basically failure is something that helps you move forward, and it allows you to do fearless experimentation in terms of what can it be done. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take it so we can make it more interactive. Yes, there is one guy there.
I'm Oliver, and I have a question about the market research. I assume that you know what Steve Jobs thought about market research, that we do not know market research. How do you comment on that?
Steve Jobs, there is, I think, a website which tells how many products Apple brought to the market that was not invention of Apple. You know, everybody, when iPhone was launched, everybody started to use it. Do you know why? It's because the Siemens, Bench, all of this Palm, you remember Palm? They brought this concept of smartphone with a pencil in it. And I bought one of them way back in the day so I could see like how can it be. And Apple just waited till all of us learn on how to manipulate, how to see that the screen can be touched and how this excitement. And the moment the technology came up in terms of like you can actually press with a thumb, they went and took it. So the market research, it was done by someone else, and Apple was observing before they took the entire market afterwards. So when Steve said like they don't believe in market research, it's basically because someone else is doing for them, literally before them. And this was mainly the stuff that I mentioned before, like when you launch too early, when you do stuff innovative for the first time, and then you take the burden to educate the users instead of somebody that just comes behind you and just take it over everything.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we have another one.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Marie. I have a question that when do you really understand that this is the final end, that now I can say that I failed? In that meaning that when it's not connected, like, okay, let's transform, like, let's do a little bit differently, but you can say, yes, I failed, and now I'm going to drop it and move on. And how is like really like to, let's say, to come up again, like, okay, I left that, but it doesn't mean that I'm not continuing in the other field.
Coming back, it's really hard, back to the second part, but when do you know? When you launch something, you have metrics basically. So if you see like the users are not coming back and the whole business is going down, you should always consult with somebody like to see from outside. And but then you do the calculated risk in terms of like the projection is some people, let's say they start receiving less revenues, they don't put themselves in the salaries. They started, then the senior executives, they say like, we don't take salaries as well, so only to maintain the people. That's the moment when you actually, if you do that decision, don't just try to save this business, but say, with the budget we have, okay, the executives don't take any salary, but with this 6 months, we're gonna transform by keeping the resources available for the next thing. But what they do usually is like, we're gonna take out our salaries so we don't get anything, so we can continue with the same business, and it just like leads to failure or anything. So in that moment, when you take that decision, so you could actually pull back and use the same resources and turn around. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything else from the audience? Any questions, comments about?
I have a question.
Okay,
so let's say even if the CEO can keep his or her motivation after failing, what are the best ways to still keep the team motivated after a failure and keep the team together?
The best teams are formed when they lose the Champions League finals. It's that motivation when you lose it that brings people together as well. I've been into teams that when we failed, that moment I felt I had a team I didn't know before. So, and it fades by time, for sure, But if you can keep that momentum that, that jointly, by engaging everybody being part of a process, then if you fail together, and then that team could continue together. But if you take the burden of yourself, or you take conscious decision to go through an action on which nobody else is on board with it, they don't like it, then you cannot keep the team. But make sure that you include the team in every process of decision making. Then if this fails, the same team, I guarantee you, will going to continue and support you till the end. And it's all about having this horizontal leadership. So you don't put yourself in a bossy position because then they assist you to fail faster. So then you're left with nothing.
Cool. I have a question as well for you. I think, and we also saw, I think, from the panel earlier that a lot of startups, you come up with your idea, let's just say like this, and it's the greatest idea ever because it's your idea. So obviously it's the greatest, and you don't have an objective way of looking at that idea. And I think a lot of startups, I think maybe the pets.com is a good example of where there wasn't any validation. Are you familiar with the story?
Pets.com?
Yeah, where they built millions and millions of development before launch, and then they found out nobody wants to use the website. That I think that a lot of times why maybe startups failing and Estonian startups fail is that we're doing the wrong business. So how would you say is the best way to validate your business quickly without any, big loss of resources?
It's not only pets, it's also Fab. Fab.com is another example.
Yeah.
Who was like, they wanted to launch aggressively in the countries, and then apparently they failed. But it's called validation. So if you can validate yourself as fast as possible.
Can you give us an example of how you would, let's say I have an idea, how would I know in 3 days whether my idea is worth pursuing or it's total crap?
It's kind of hard to do it within 3 days time, but receiving feedback talking to people is always good. Receiving feedback by the mentors is always helps. Receiving feedback from people who are actually in similar ideas in similar industry, because they know does this work or not. And if you can test it out, try to test it as fast as possible. But when you can convince your grandmother on an idea you're making, that means you can convince anybody else. But don't just try to be in comfort zone. Like, my friend understands me, other people who I have in Facebook understands and then it doesn't guarantee you that everybody on earth can do that. So that's if you can validate as fast as possible with the different target groups, as I explained in the scenario there, that will be the best. So take different characteristics of user scenarios and try to see if it works or not.
Okay. We're actually going to continue with that now. Do you have any other questions for Kostrim? Okay, if something comes up, he's around, you can approach him later on and ask him personally. I want to thank you, and we also have a nice little gift for you for some networking later on, so hopefully this will bring you some attention. So please give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Card holder. Cool. Thank you. All right. How was that? Good? Good? Okay, cool. I know this is an after lunch time. You had lunch half an hour ago, so you're probably a little bit woozy. If not, well, anyway, let's stand up. I'm just gonna do some stretching. Nothing too fancy. Just stretch up, and let's do like this. You know the song "Reach for the Sky" by some song. Okay, so let's reach for the sky as high as you can, like, to the stars. Just stretch it out, and then just let completely loose and try to touch your toes if you can. If you can, just be there like a sack of potatoes, like a rag doll. All right, cool. Now put your hands back up, and let's bend a little bit so we can go to one side and just feel all those muscles stretching. Oh, good. And the other side as well. Oh, that's comfortable. And now let's do back as well. I can't go that far. Oh, there we go. Well, doesn't that just feel much better? All right, cool. Let's sit back down now. How many of you currently... oh yeah, sorry. We're coming up to a part now where we're going to do some interaction with each other, and we're going to be actually more validating our ideas, so to speak, like we were leaving off with Shrim. So who actually has a startup idea currently that they're nurturing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so most of you don't have that, at least a lot of people. What I would like to do is, you see those little notebooks on the tables here. Grab those, and everybody rip out a piece of paper. You just need one pager from it. There's some notebooks on that table. Just everybody grab a A5 size piece of paper, and you also need a pen. If you have a pen, that's great. If not, I'm going to bring some to you in 10 seconds. So everybody will have a piece of paper and a pen. Yes. Awesome. A box of pens. Who doesn't have a pen, raise their hand. I has pens. Everybody has pens. Wonderful. Well then we're all set. Okay. And if you have a business idea, you may write that down on your paper, your startup idea. Or if you don't, I have a way of generating one for you. It doesn't have to be very realistic. It doesn't have to be one that you're going to follow through with. But what I would like to do now is think, let's dream a little bit. Think what if. And the what if is, what if you had all the money in the world? Like, money wasn't an option, whatever the sum is, billions, Bill Gates times 10. And you knew you couldn't fail. You knew that the startup you're going to do is not going to fail. It's going to be a huge success. Money wasn't an option. You couldn't fail. What would your company do, or what would be that company that you would start up? Think about that for a couple of minutes. We can have some background music. That would also be awesome. If not, that's also fine. I have all the money in the world, and I know that when I start it up, it's going to go awesome. It's going to be a huge success. What would that company do? What would it be? Pretty hard. Is it pretty hard or pretty easy to come up? I see a lot of people have that idea instantly that they want to do. Some people maybe a little bit more struggling. That's fine. Take your time. There's no pressure. Like I said, it doesn't have to be. Let's just dream big. It doesn't have to be super realistic. It can be whatever you want it to be. Right. See, some people are still writing. I'll give you a little bit more time. Cool. Who still needs a little bit of time? Just give me a sign with their hand. Yeah, who needs time? A little bit more time to write. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's take another minute. So, I'm betting there are at least one person that wants to go to the moon, at least one person that wants to go to Mars or even further, which is, yeah, I had the same thing. Yeah, at least one person that wants world peace, maybe, no? Wants to end world hunger, that's cool. It's totally doable. Okay, and I'm gonna explain now what we're gonna do now. We're going to have a bit of networking, but it's not the usual meet and greet where you go on and shake their hand, where you're from, and what do you study and what do you do, and blah blah blah, and then go on. The next one, we're actually going to be pitching our ideas to each other, and you know how when you when you've ever had to pitch an idea to a friend, your friends are always very supportive. They're like, yeah, that's the greatest idea ever. Wow, you're going to be so good. And you go to your mom and your mom like, hey mom, I want to start this thing up. And they're like, oh honey, that's awesome. That's the best idea ever. You're such a smart kid. Go do it. Here's first $1,000. It's going to be awesome. And, well, I mean, your mom's supposed to say that. It doesn't really mean that your idea is awesome. It just means that they're friends and they want to be supportive of you. So I've been to a lot of networking events, and I had this startup last year that failed spectacularly. It was in the fashion industry. And I remember being in networking events, and I had women coming up and, oh, this is such a cool product. I would love to use this. I can't wait when you launch. And they're there to say that. But I think when it changes is when you ask them, okay, cool. So we're actually looking for investors. How about you invest $500 of your own money to this idea that you believe so much in? And, I can get it started. And once you ask that question, once you ask actually to pay ask somebody to invest something, then you will really know what they think about your startup or what's your idea. Because if you're asking for a person to give even $100 of their own money, you will probably hear the real objections, the real problems why they actually wouldn't invest. And the thing is, why we're going to do this is the objections that are going to come up are probably 90% the same objections that you would get from a VC or angel investor when you first approach them and ask them to give you money. Because at the end of the day, you're still asking a person to give you money, and a person is going to be, careful with who they give it out to. So, is it pretty clear what I want you to do? So I want you to go up to people, pitch their idea, and convince them to invest in you, invest in your idea. It can be 1,000, it can be 500, it can be 100 euros, it can be 10 euros. But the point is that you actually should think, and when they're asking for money, you should actually consider, okay, if this is a really good idea, maybe I should invest 1,000, Be one of the first investors. When they exit for millions, I'll be a millionaire as well. That's a pretty good deal, right? If it's a good idea. So what I want you to do is pitch your idea to each other and ask for feedback. And when you're giving feedback, you should consider, okay, if I want to give my money, great, that's positive. But if I don't want to give my money, why don't I want to give them money? And that's the feedback that you're going to be giving. So, I know that the people that are sitting next to each other probably know each other, but I would also like to now have the thing that you actually go up to people that you don't know yet. So, if you have your ideas, let's just stand up. So it's very simple. Stand up. Stand up. Awesome. It's coming slowly. Stand up. There we go. Now, find one person in this room you don't know. Go up to them. Introduce yourself. You can do the usual, where are you from? My name is this and that. And then talk about your idea. And, then give feedback. Let's do like the first one. Let's do like 5 minutes. We'll see how that works out. All right, go. How are you doing? Are you still? Have you both managed to speak, or are you still one speaking, other one listening? Do you want more time with your partner, current partner, or do you want to switch? Do you? Okay, seems okay. Let's give you a couple of more minutes. All right. Oh, and by the way, guys, I think that was pretty clear. But if it wasn't, if you had your own idea previously, then I'm hoping that you're pitching your own idea, not the one that you just came up with. Okay? If you didn't have an idea before, then this exercise was to give you an idea. But if you had one previously, please pitch the idea that you already had. Cool. Okay. Cool, guys. I see that some of you are already finished. Okay. If you want, you can continue with your current partner, the conversation. If you want to switch, you have a chance. I'm not going to be telling you to leave your newfound friend. If you want to hang out with them some more, go do it. However, we have served some refreshments for you. You're following me. That's nice. We have served some refreshments for you outside, so you can take your discussion, stand up, and go get some tea, some coffee, some snacks, different things that we have for them. Okay, cool. Let's... Please, Olema. This is you were supposed to, if you want, you can switch your conversation partner and hear somebody else's brilliant idea. While you're doing it, you may go get some refreshments because they have been served in this little foyer over there. And somebody come and pitch their crazy idea to me as well. I'm looking for somebody to that would want to get feedback from me. cool. siin on meil kõik korraldajad, jah? Miks ei ole ka? Alright, cool. Alrighty, people. You may grab a seat. If you have cake, that's awesome. You can eat cake and listen at the same time. Alright, everybody grab a seat. Grab a seat. Kostrin, Walter. You can sit down and talk. I don't mind you not talking. I just want you to sit down. Yes. 3 people remaining. Awesome. Thank you. So, how was the idea sharing? I heard that some people were sharing, some weren't that certain about what their world-changing idea is. That's fine. Either way is fine. Can anybody care to share? No. Okay. Can somebody did somebody get any money or got to the point where their partner was willing to give them some money to do their idea? You did. Okay. Anybody else? Back there as well. Awesome. Okay. We already know what you guys do, but we don't know about, okay, so let's do it like this. This was your idea, right? And you are Aapo. And the person giving you money was Irene. So let's have Irene say what was the idea and why she liked it and why would she, just in like 60 seconds, just explain why would you give this man some money? What was the idea and why you liked it?
Because first of all...
what was the idea, first of all?
Okay. The idea was that to specify a person understanding some kind of occupation, like some kind of work. For example, council, some kind of leading work and all that kind of stuff, but through the through the situation describing. So why this idea, in my opinion, is good is that actually there are 2 values. The first one, where you can have it, is putting it in the education field. And the other one is that also you can use it in the work market, like the persons who want to hire some kind of workers in their team. So, yes, that's the main idea why I would put the money there, because it would lose in education field, it will lose the persons who are going to choose wrong field what they want to study, and for the workers that's the second field of that kind of let's say situation test is that they can decide more precisely if that worker will be good for their company or not. And this is a really good thing to specify.
Okay, cool. Did anybody else not understand what the idea was about?
At least one.
That's fine. That's fine. See, it's actually very interesting to, if you have the idea, to have somebody else explain it for you, because that will show exactly how actually they understood it and why they actually like it, which is somehow gives you different information than when you're saying it yourself. But anyway, now we are going to have a short lecture again until the startups come back and give you their progress report. So we have here Triin Kask, who is also a member of our team. And Triin is also the typical startup entrepreneur who manages to do a lot of things. She's an entrepreneur, she's a mentor, coach, she's a lecturer at the University of Tartu. And she said that her mission is to shorten the gap between the real-life entrepreneurship and the way they actually teach entrepreneurship in schools, which is a pretty cool mission. So please give a round of applause for Triin Kask.
Okay, so for me, now when my first startup failed, and I've made the conclusions why I failed, one of the main things I've come up to is vision setting of the team. And the founder's dilemma usually starts with the question, do you want to become rich with this startup, or do you want to build an empire and be a king? So when I started to do my startup, then I always have to vision where this road is taking me. I can't, just do one step at a time. I need to feel that in 5 years or in 10 years' time, I'm going to be there. I don't know, rich on my boat. My startup is successful. I have lots of money, people are ordering our product, and everything is like a dream. Like Villu just before said that imagine that money doesn't count and you don't fail. This is the way I usually do things in order to succeed. And sometimes you don't succeed, or very often you don't succeed, because well, if you talk about startups, then 9 out of 10 fail. So if you start a business, you know already in the beginning that you're going to fail. That is pretty sure. You're going to fail. You have to have this knowing. And now, in order to not fail and to be the 1 in 10 that succeeds, you need to have a bigger vision or bigger driver that drives you, so that you won't be thinking about this 9 out of 10, but you will be concentrating on this 1 out of 10. So how to do this? Well, it's basically, I say that it's all connected to your dreams and your personality and what you want to achieve in life. So now the founder's dilemma, rich or king. Do you want to become rich very quickly, or you want to build an empire? You can't have both. You have to choose one, because they mean totally different strategies. For the company to give you money or to give you the empire, those are different strategies. You need to concentrate on different things. So I'm going to tell what those differences are. So becoming rich, you start your company. I know even, entrepreneurs who come together, for example, this kind of gathering. So let's, come up with an idea that makes us rich. You have no passion towards this product or this idea, but you know that this is going to make you rich. You look at the trends, you look at what is successful in other markets, and now you try to implement the same thing. For example, you take like Cherry.de that is doing the same in Estonia, like Groupon in US. So practically you travel, for example, in US, you see an idea that is missing in your country, you take it to your home country, you launch it successfully, and you become rich. So this is one way to handle your startup. Like, I don't take it so much as my baby, because, I'm going to leave it in 3 or 5 years' time. So the vision setting is all concentrating on building this company big enough so that it attracts a buyer or an investor, and you could exit the company in a couple of years, 3 to 5 years. So what does it mean for you as the founder? You have to be ready to give up equity to attract co-founders. So it means that you need to let go of the ego, that I want to have it all. This is my company and I'm not going to give any shares to anyone. No, you are smart. You know that in order to succeed with this company in terms of money, I need to give out some shares. For example, I'm not the smartest on the board, so I need smarter people to maybe develop technology or do the marketing, so I'm willing to give them some shares. Or you know that you need smart investors with lots of money, so you're not, grabbing all the shares to yourself, but you're willing to give out shares and bring on the investors with their money to actually force the growth of your company. And key employees also, like Oliver was talking in the morning how hard it is to actually find smart people into your team. So sometimes you need to give them also options and shares in order to keep them in the company. So be ready for that. It means you give up control. You don't, clinch to your company and try to control everything, but you're ready that there will be times when, smarter people come and the board makes the decisions and not only you. You are ready to give up the CEO position. For example, if a startup is raising A round, meaning that you have already started to generate revenues and A round starts, basically the minimum is $1 million investments, and then we talk about already VCs, venture capitalists, who come with their briefcases and they say, thank you, Trine, you've done a good job. You've been a good CEO, but now it's time to go. Because we have our own CEO who is smarter than you, and also, we don't need you on the board. So if you're after this quick exit, you have to, again, push your ego down and be ready for giving up the CEO position. So, becoming rich means concentrating on growing the company big. The bigger the company, the more valuable. Like sometimes, I think it was Sergey, one of the mentors, who was talking about this with these companies who do IPO, initial public offering, like going to the stock market. Then they usually need to have a number of employees, minimum number of employees, to be big enough in order to attract shareholders or investors from the stock market. So it might be that you have to artificially grow your company in order to attract investors and grow the money. Then also less shares but more money. Actually, the previous point was exactly what Facebook did. Facebook was, for quite many years, they had no profit, but they knew that they need to grow big in order to get more money and to expand more aggressively. So they did the same thing. They did IPO, they went to the stock market, they hired very many people, built a bigger office, and tried to raise the value of the company. But if you remember the case, what happened was actually that the value decreased. It didn't increase in the beginning. Now the last point is less shares but more money. So it also means that you're willing to give up shares, but you know that because you're concentrating on building the company's value, then, less shares can be more valuable in a big, valuable company than lots of shares in a company that's value is zero. So 90% of zero is zero, 10% of 100 is much more, right? No, everything is okay. I was just mixing the remote and mic. Okay. Yeah, oh sure, no problem. I did. Okay, So now, when you want to run the show and build an empire and become king of your empire, this is your castle, my show, my baby. So what does it mean for a founder? It means you will have less resources because you want to keep all the share and the glory to yourself. It means both human and financial. So it means that you are much more willing to invest your own money and let's say delay the time when you actually involve investors. So it's basically bootstrapping. So what you do, you build your company on your own resources and do all minimum. So minimum viable product is actually a very good chance for this kind of bootstrapping and building an empire in the beginning. So you will be keeping the control and the CEO position, and people will remember you after your death, like they remember Steve Jobs, for example. So he was a control freak. He was you know, the person, you know, you put the equal mark between Steve Jobs and Apple. So now, if you think about Apple, you still tend to think about Steve Jobs. You don't think about who's the CEO of Apple? Anyone? So who is the CEO of Apple? Yeah, Tim Cook. How does he look like? Actually, he looks quite similar to Steve Jobs. Also very modest dressing and glasses. Or maybe he looks more like Bill Gates. We should compare. Maybe more even. Is Tim Cook rounder? I think he's also quite slim. It depends on what angle you look. So you see, Apple is definitely an empire built by Steve Jobs. Although he left Apple for quite many years, he came back and continued building the empire from the moment when he was kicked out. Basically, you know, leaving this time behind. So, yeah, this means that if you choose this way that you want to build an empire, you want to be the CEO, you want to control everything, you probably want to be the one who makes all the decisions. And also there are very often, you know, this dilemma, like how to make decisions. Should there be only one captain of the boat? What do you think? Should there be like a consensus in the team that everybody participates in decision making? Or are you more the believer of this kind of boat that has only one captain who makes the decisions? So this is a question for you. So I will ask maybe this way, who thinks that a ship has only one captain? So who thinks that it's all about teamwork and consensus decision making? Okay. I say, basing on my own experience, that if the times are good, teamwork is essential. Decision-making in consensus is essential. But when a company is going through hard times, the team has to be ready for one person taking action. Because in crisis, there has to be one person who leads the drop. Like in an army mission, practically. You have to, you know, do a quick attack to your enemy, and there is no time for consensus decision making. You have to make the decisions now, and there is one person who's going to do it, and that's the leader of the company. But in this case, yeah, the decisions are all made by one person mainly. So what kind of requirements it puts to the founder is that the founder has to be, I don't want to say genius, but definitely an A+ player in his field. So he needs to have both, you know, understanding of the technology or of the core essence of the company's product, but also the business mind. So definitely the established skill set is necessary for building an empire. So there are different strategies for rich or king in terms of growing. Quick exit or building an empire. So yeah. So becoming rich means you scale fast. This company is all about scaling. You focus on users. This is your main target, to get as quickly as many users as possible. Profit is not so important, at least in the beginning. What you need to show is that you have millions of users, millions of downloads, and that, you know, these numbers are growing rapidly every day. So the target is millions of users, and by that, you're attracting a big buyer. So this is basically, for example, what happened to WhatsApp. I don't know how many people use WhatsApp. Yeah, well, if you look at its user interface, it's not, you know, it's quite regular, but what they managed is to get millions of users, and this attracted the attention of Facebook, who acquired WhatsApp 19 billion, not million, sorry, 19 billion for this lousy app, WhatsApp. Like, what's up? What's going on? But I know what's going on is that the app had so many users and Facebook needed those users. Yeah, okay. So now, there could be like a merger with another company, an acquisition by another company, sale of the company, you can sell your company to another company, franchise of the company, initial public offering, you go to the stock market. And also employee stock ownership plan, so that employees are going to buy the company from you as the founder. So for example, this merger with another company was done by Yahoo and Tumblr. So they merged. No one acquired no one, but they came together and now they are doing like one thing under one roof. But they use both brands. So acquisition by another company. Skype was acquired first by eBay, then by Microsoft. WhatsApp was acquired by Facebook. Sale of the company, or franchise of the company. So franchise, you know what franchise means? That you actually take the same model, like McDonald's does. For example, you want to make a McDonald's in Pskov, and then you will buy the franchise from McDonald's corporations. And that means that you will be running the company, but you have to do it in these terms that McDonald's gives you. Then initial public offering by, for example, Twitter went IPO, and employee stock ownership plan was implemented by Dell. When they were lacking of money, then they sold quite large portion to their employees, also in order not to lose the key employees. And now building an empire. So here, sustainability is the key. You need to make sure that your company exists also after 5 years or after 10 years. So you concentrate on long-term vision and long-term goals. Here, you want to have smart growth, and focus is on profit, definitely, because this profit gives you sustainability. And sustainability gives you profit both ways. So you maybe do some steps much slower than the other becoming rich company, but there is a good reason for that, because you want to be self-sustained. And strategic partnership and customer acquisition. So you strategically choose who are the key customers or the strategic customers who actually give you profit, not so much, just downloads. You need customers who will be there with you in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time. And also, if you're big enough, then you might, if you go to other countries, to other markets, then usually the strategy is that you acquire small competitors to grow and to get the market share bigger. And merging with key players is also one option besides just buying. Then you might maybe want to merge with a bigger company, and it gives you more sustainability. So the starting point, how much time do I have? Is there a clock somewhere? 15 minutes? Done? 3 minutes, okay, good. So the starting point is actually that before you can actually, go for this dilemma, rich or king, you need to have a vision about your life, yourself. Where do you want to be in 5-10 years' time? And that could be also the one that determines the vision of your company. So I have now a little small assignment for you in these 3 minutes. I want you all concentrate on yourself and write down, I give the same, framework that money isn't an option and you're not going to fail. So if you take all these aspects, what are your dreams? How do you imagine your life in 10 years' time? So put everything down that comes to your mind, and keep in mind that money is not an option. Your current situation is not an option. It's not an option that you're in school or you're writing your thesis. Don't think about that. Imagine your life in 10 years' time and write down your dreams. Go. You have the notebooks. So don't look at the people, look in yourself, inside you. What kind of dreams do you have? Do you want to have a yacht in 10 years' time? Are you going to have a family of 3 children, a great wife, nice husband? Are you going to be, building a business or working in some corporation? What is it that you do in 10 years' time? So you can continue this list when you go back home. I suggest you do this exercise once in a while, that you take your dream list and you think about these aspects and where you want to be in a longer perspective. Because of your own personal vision depends now the vision of your startup or your company. Because otherwise, if you don't know where you want to be, then you cannot also lead your company in this perspective that takes you to your dreams. So it's all about, your life is about building your life and building the road to your vision. and the startup that you're going to build is only one, let's say, equipment for that. It's, don't take your startup as your life. Your life is much more bigger than your startup. Okay, thank you. Questions, yeah. Well, like I said, it depends now where you personally want to go. Like, it depends now of your dreams. When I was building my startup, I was first thinking, okay, I had the same dilemma. So am I going to make this automated parking payment an empire, or am I going to build it to have an exit? And then I was thinking that as I was not feeling passionate about this idea, so that I would, equal myself with parking. Then I was thinking, okay, maybe this is like building a house. So the first startup or the first house is you build to your enemy, the second house you build for sales, and now the third house you build to yourself. And I was, following maybe the same road, the first startup for enemies, and then now the second one comes for sales, and then the third one is going to be the empire.
So what you're saying is essentially I should choose whether, like, what motivates me. Am I motivated by money, or am I motivated by my own ego that wants to be the ruler of
yes,
my own kingdom?
And it depends on your long-term vision about your own life, where you want your life to be in long term.
Okay, cool. That's a good point. Any other comments, observations, or questions? Oliver.
Do you think that these two ways are like incompatible and like black and white, either this or that, or how do you comment on that?
I dare to say that I can say that in maybe in different times, when you see how your company grows and develops, you might change the vision. It is normal. Your startup is a dynamic thing. It's not, a static thing that you determine in the beginning, and it has to be like this 10 years. But for example, when you build the strategy, it's very important that you know where you want to take your company to. Because some investors, for example, want to have a quick exit with this company. So you need to understand, if you are targeting these investors who want quick exit, it means that you are also willing to do quick exit with your company. Or are you more for these investors who are there because they like the idea and they want to be part of your success story? And, well, when I did my startup, then I just saw this question so many times when I met the investors, that the investors asked me, so what's your exit strategy? Okay, so I went to my team and I told my team, hey, now is the time we need to figure out, are we going for an exit or are we going for an empire? Because these are, different strategies. And then my team did not understand, like, well, this is, a pseudo question. There is like no, investors are just, making themselves interesting. But when I was in Silicon Valley and when I met my good companion, George, who I also brought to my team, then he was working in a large company before he joined me. And then the first thing that he asked me was, okay, Trine, so when I'm joining your team, so what's the vision, rich or king? And I was like, thank you, George, for asking this question. I have been trying to ask this from my team, and I couldn't get an answer. So I think that it's black and white.
Okay. Cool. So you think it's black and white? Okay. Yep. Your opinion may differ. That's okay.
Well, he didn't, argue, so I don't
you
know.
convinced him. That's good. Okay. So, any other questions? Okay, cool. Well, then please give Trina a round of applause. You may just give it to me if you want to give it to somebody. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. So, as you can see, some of the mentors have come back down, as have some of the people in startups, which means that it's now time to start looking over what they have been doing upstairs all this time and what all this commotion on the screen here has been about. All right. No. You stand. You're fine. You're fine. So I would like to ask here Walter to give us the update on our first startup, which is päev, which is coming from there. Okay, and we also have Walter. Please give a round of applause for päev. Yeah!
Our impression, we had lots of, let's say, interesting propositions where we could ahead with our solution, because at the moment we could ahead to anywhere.
Okay, so you want a crazy monetization schemes, I guess?
Well, the more like directions, whether enterprise or consumer, and maybe, let's say, whether to partner up or provide a generic platform.
Yes, before today we were pretty sure on what to focus on, but after this session it's not so certain anymore. So we have had lots of new ideas, and so at first here people were sure that business to business is best. Then we had different persons telling how to break through with business to customer model, and then totally new business directions were suggested to us. So we're thinking.
Did you get any homework? I think yes, we did. Actually, that person there who is enjoying his cake.
Who's enjoying his cake? With us on stage, the guys are referring to you. So, tell us about what kind of assignments those guys got and why.
Yeah, you mentioned that comparison.
I wasn't in this group, but
You sure?
I mean,
you didn't give any assignments.
Well,
You didn't?
You didn't?
Okay.
The guy just said you did.
So, guys, you are all set now, why?
You get to fight sense.
No, we got task to find out our competitors for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes.
Everybody got that one? Sure. Anything else? Anything team specific?
No, I don't think we had any more.
So you want to tell me that you're going to have 12 hours of sleep? Come on, that's not how this event works.
We are very optimistic about it.
So I guess you have to figure out something out for yourselves, guys. So I think you should dig in maybe into the revenue streams, the models, also a bit, as you said, about the competition, how you can repackage this maybe a bit more concretely for maybe an enterprise user. Is that where you're going to be headed tomorrow? The general feel you have? Maybe one of the mentors would like to elaborate on what they see. Can we have a mic, please, so it gets also recorded? Thank you.
Well, we started with the basic fact of life that profit is revenue minus cost. On a timeline, it shows you how much investment you need and how much time it gives you to reach a break-even point. So that was a starting point, to think about, because you had a clear idea on how much money, what kind of investment you need, but for what this money is actually used for was not that clear, I think. But the technology itself, me as somebody who has no clue about this technology stuff, I could not initially see what's the big deal here, because I have Dropbox on my computer, it does everything I need. But it's a different thing, so now I understand. So it's an archive where you can bury your data until you really, really need it in case of emergency or something. And while this, I like the way you put it as a kind of a priceless, there are priceless memories that are stored in pictures and movies and home videos and those kind of things, which sooner or later get destroyed by being on tapes and being on CDs. And so there's definitely a need that I have been thinking myself very often, that this is something I should be taking care of. Where do I put all my pictures of my children and that they are not disappearing? So that is very easy.
Yeah.
The question is how to make a business out of this. So we were brainstorming many things, starting from linking up with those kind of companies that actually digitalize stuff, to teaming up with hardware producers who could have a physical button on their laptop to say, like, okay, now archive everything I have on my computer, or to team up with retailers who would get a distinguishing...
Sounds a bit like the NSA's wet dream.
Sorry?
That button sounds a bit like the NSA's wet dream.
That is a commodity nowadays. If you buy a laptop, how do you distinguish your laptop from something else? And a retailer is selling the same computer like the next retailer. If you can offer a package that actually helps it to protect your data for free, basically, until you need to retrieve it, I think you could very quickly have a huge scale and build on that somehow and capitalize on that. So these were the topics we were talking about. Of course, they are just ideas now and basic trajectories to think further. But then there was the Facebook idea, and that is apparently worth 10 billion. And here is the story.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't share that $10 billion idea with you. We were thinking, Sean and I were smoking a cigarette, and as always, everybody should smoke because then you get the best ideas. We were thinking, okay, so we got this Back to the Future kind of thing going on, and we were like, okay, I got all these VHS tapes which I don't use, and like you just said, they are going to deteriorate over time. But I want to be able to access the data in a later phase. And then we were like, wait a second, where does my Facebook timeline start? And it starts in 2006 when I registered. And we were thinking, okay, maybe it's interesting for Facebook to actually get access to the data so we can set up a timeline from the moment I was born. And in 5 years, sell the company to Facebook for $10 billion. That was our business-to-consumer ID.
Yeah, I guess
awkward silence.
That if your targeted mentors didn't sort of like give you any particular homework, I go back with what I said to you guys before, is that it pretty much comes down in your case to decide, whether you want to bootstrap, which is a very good way of sort of like doing the B2B model and start from there. If you're aiming for aiming for a big one, I think that there you at least have already 4 or 5 customers here. B2C could be very nice, but you need definitely
oh, come on,
venture
everybody of you
capital
here
on
is
that.
enterprise. You should treat them as whales. You should charge at least 10K per head here. It's no game otherwise.
So I think that you should sort of like work out with both plans and make your decision, what path you're going to take there.
So when everybody agrees, when we should let these guys work out which is their focus, which is better, B2C or B2B, and maybe a short list of competitors. So would you love to see that tomorrow when they report back in? Mentors, is that what would be good?
Decide on B2B or B2C.
Yeah. So guys, you heard the assignment. You good with it?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we can move on. Give him a big round of applause. And philosophy. Okay. Okay.
Rewild.
Let's go with Rewild. Yes. Cool. Hey guys.
Hello.
So, how was it for you?
Fine. We get some good information and ideas. Maybe the.
Can you show that into the camera maybe a bit? Is it like readable?
No, just my handwriting.
It's a lot better than mine.
The important point was to how it is to finish the consulting business and focus on the web platform developing. And we have get some important guidances to define the global market. Okay.
So basically to make a concrete choice to go forward with this platform, to build the IT solution, to automate it, is that it? You agree with this one? Is that how you feel about it? That's the right direction for you guys?
Yes, but we got a very such good and really pinpointed overview of how to construct a business plan and what are the real points to pay attention.
Yeah, maybe I can also share my part because I was present while we were working on it. Initially, I just wanted to get it clear to myself what we've been talking about. So that is the top part of the drawing, basically figuring out, okay, what is the WildR platform and what could it be, what is connected to it, what are all the different sources. And then I just wanted to get a confirmation from them whether they agree to the fact that it would be good to focus on the platform only or going back to consultancy. And then they said, yes, we do, and we go for the platform. So at least the focus was there rather quickly. And then we were figuring out, okay, what would be the next things to do. And as recommended earlier, it was like, okay, focus on the parts which are on the lower part of the paper. So maybe you can explain what those are.
Yeah.
So did you get any homework?
Did
Did you get any home assignments?
Homework?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Yes, we are starting to fill the business model canvas.
Okay.
Yeah, and then making the list of our potential markets and competitors, and placing our key partners and our position on the landscape of other institutions.
Cool. It's not readable, but it looks cool.
Yeah.
So I see you have your work cut out for tomorrow. Not much sleep. That's what we all love to hear. So, and tomorrow, what are your plans for tomorrow? Maybe some of the mentors would like to elaborate. What do you think are the next steps we should see? Anybody?
What was the question?
What are the steps you would like to take next? Tomorrow?
Depends on the outcome, I think.
Okay.
I don't know the program exactly, but maybe get a debrief in the morning, how far they got, and then get other mentors taking it on from there. So they also get the valuable input from the others. Otherwise, it will be too one way and too. Yeah, I think there's much more information and knowledge present in the others as well. So it's. I think that's important. And also write down your concrete questions. Okay, it's one thing that you will dig up a lot of information, but it's also very helpful for the mentors to be able to answer certain concrete questions.
Yes.
So in that way, it's good to be prepared as well.
We hope to get the opinion of other mentors.
Yeah, I had a privilege of sort of like seeing the wrap up of the thing in 5 minutes, and I was sort of like quite convinced on that. Sort of like it seems from the morning, you know, it's definitely a good way. So start working on that. That's very good plan.
Yes. Well, what do we can explain more? Please ask.
I think we're done.
I think we're good. We have a general idea of what we're doing. We're coming today, so let's give it up for Rewild. And now we have Fight Sense, guys.
Philosophy as well? No? Okay.
Hey guys. We can't hear you.
I would like to say that we got hell of a good advice. Thank you. And the first thing was focus. Focus was the first thing, because at the moment we were trying to build hardware. Then we were trying to think about how we are going to help the trainers and athletes with the software. And then the guys that we talked to said that, listen, you are data specialists. You don't have to focus on the hardware yet. Don't think about it. Just collect the data and then see. Step for us is to focus on value proposition a little bit more, to think it through again. Then we must rethink the data side of it, because at the moment we focused on hardware and software. We need to rethink about the data side, and at the moment we are our homework was to build a roadmap to the first product, or minimum viable product, not product, minimum viable product, which could be maybe this move clock with sensors in it, and then build a first software platform on that, and let's see if trainers and athletes actually like it. If they do, good. We will sell a couple of them and then see what's next.
Yeah, I just want to give props for being so open, and you've taken our advice very seriously, but I must respect the way you are pivoting right now from making hardware and software and taking the step back towards that minimal viable product and setting up your own, maybe call it consultancy, and tell trainers what to do with the data you collected with hardware that's already out there. I got to respect the fact that you pick it up so fast, and I wonder what you're going to bring us tomorrow.
So it seems you have a lot of work, a whole new concept for tomorrow. Sounds like fun. So guys, do you quit hardware, or are you still redesigning only the minimum viable? Are you still in the hardware game, or are you now purely in the software game?
Neither. I mean, at the moment we are not in the hardware game because we don't know if the move hardware is good enough for us. We don't know that yet. Okay. We have to test it first. If it is good enough, then we will take the move hardware, build software on that, and make the data analysis.
Cool.
That's the game plan. But if the existing hardware doesn't provide the things that we need to measure to make the athletes faster, better, stronger champions, then we have to build another hardware part. That's the case.
So you guys still on a mission, I love that.
What?
You're still on a mission, I love that.
Yeah.
I think the eventual goal is still the same, and it's being the company in the world which provides the best hardware or software. But what Sean and I just said was, okay guys, you are putting all your focus into development right now when you don't even know what you're really selling. So let's take a step back, look, okay, differentiate to a minimal viable product, try to sell it, learn your lessons from it, and then you can take those lessons into developing the perfect product for the perfect market.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically our basic idea was that hardware and software is just tools for analyzing the data. But all the power of your idea, making athletes better and faster, it's by creating algorithms that actually can work with this data. And the part that will get this data, analyze, and get it back, it's secondary. So use existing ones, try to figure out the best algorithm, and then I think it will flourish.
Yeah, so basically our mission and vision is still the same. It's about how we get there, and thank you for that.
So I guess give it up. Thank you. Thank you guys, and I really look forward to see what you'll be showing us tomorrow. And now we have philosophy. Hey.
Hi.
So, tell us about how your day went in those horrible high-heeled shoes of yours.
Yeah, they are already painful. I need my product now. Well, what we discussed was basically the very core of the business model, which is where do we focus? Is it retail? Is it online sales? And how to kind of find the focus and decide which way to go, because retail, as in physical retail, is pretty difficult market, and it's easier to scale online, and it's easier to get on the market online, or it's less investment heavy, and so on. So our home assignments, well, we have lots. First of all, to describe the ideal customer. What is her profile in detail? Where does that lady shop? What she wants, what she expects, and how much she is willing to pay. Then go and scout in the city to find those ladies physically. So
Can I come?
Yeah, fortunately it is Thursday, so the nightclubs are opened. We can go next to nightclub doors.
I volunteer.
Yeah.
Take me, pick me.
So yeah, ladies in the crowd, not much of them, but we will come after you later. So to find the price range, find what they're looking for in the product, how much they're willing to pay, so on. So that's one of the kind of field work we're going for, but also online research to get to know the shoe retail industry more, because right now we don't really have the data on what are the margins, what is the exact economical state of every shoe shop, for instance, in Estonia or elsewhere. So that's a lot of research online to be done, also today. Yes, we will not sleep.
Good.
And yeah, well, I think everything else is kind of related to that, to those main goals.
So you're right now looking more into an online retail model? Or are you still sticking to the on-site? So what's your feeling?
Well, that's a tough call, because there are plus sides for both, there are minus sides for both.
Can you do both?
I think we can start on one and go to the other. So that is a possibility to kind of start smaller, as it is easier to start online than kind of go from there. But we do need to do the research to make a definite decision on that.
Okay.
So I guess that the challenge here is that the investment that you need to have in order to set forth the retail business and go to market in that sense with the hardware, with the sensors, all that, it takes a lot of money. Now the question remains whether you are in the phase where you're actually able to raise that funding that is needed for that. So what we were sort of like just suggesting there is that check the alternative of are there any other ways how to go to market and what would be the value prop then, meaning basically online, and what would be the product then. Coming back to the fact that there needs to be, we need to have more information and more understanding on the basic need, and the customers who are the sort of like the first customers and target customers here, so that we need to gather more understanding on that. We need to understand what shoes they buy, what brands they buy, how many of them, are sold worldwide and all that. So what's the target market there, and of course then the shoe stores and chains and all that who are.
I think everything is basically said, but the idea is to gather as much information and figure out which model will fit the best. And first figure out also what's the beach market, what's the exact segment, who are the ideal customer, and go after various customer shops, how she shops, and basically figure out how much she is willing to pay, etc., etc. So just figure out everything you can, as much information as you can about the ideal customer, about the shops and economics of shop operation, because if you need to talk to these guys, you need to know it from the top of your head. And then you figure out what's the first way you're going to do it, what's the business model, is going online, going offline, and you go from there.
Okay. Anybody else? Any input? So I guess you're now the data mining game to actually size the market and the best entry points. That sounds interesting and bloody damn lot of work, but I guess we'll be hearing more of you guys tomorrow. And I think that's it. That was our last startup. Let's give them a big round of applause.
All right, cool. So, before we go any further, I would like everybody to also, from the from the reception room also to come here now, because we have something to do all together. Let's put this on all the screens. Can we do that? No? Only this one? Okay. So, everybody get out your smartphone. Everybody has one. I know everybody has one. If you don't, well, you have one. You have one that takes a picture of this. What is that? Who knows? That's a QR code, right? All right. Everybody, please follow that link. If you can. Everybody has a smartphone. Who doesn't have a smartphone with you, or you can't take a picture of the QR code, you can also use your laptop to go to Facebook and go to the ECOT page. If you type in ECOT to your search, you should get that link. Anyway, when you go there, you will find a event for the after party. We're jumping right now into Saturday evening. When the conference ends, we are going to have a kick-ass party in a club in the center of Tartu, which is not only for us, but also for all the startups in the city of Tartu. And we've just made the event, so you see that the attending number is kind of low there, but that's why I want you to go there and click attend right now to get the number up and to show people that we're actually gonna have an awesome party. And we will, of course, everybody here will be attending for free with your conference badge. And for everybody else, it will be a low price of €5 to get into the after party. But attend, everybody attend, go to Facebook, find the event, attend, and also, let's see how this social marketing concept works. Go and invite some of your friends people that are from Tartu, who are in the community. Invite your friends.
Hey, come on, guys.
And let's see, like, if we
Why
can
are you laughing? We need the test
get
data.
1,000 people. Hey, did you hear about the house party in Germany where they had 3,000 people attending?
Yeah.
That went viral. Let's do that. How about that, huh? That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and we also need the market data, guys, so...
Huh?
Be careful what you wish for. Nah, he runs the club. He just wishes for that.
If we get 3,000 attenders, I'll buy a drink for everybody over that. All right, so with that said and done, let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow. So today was, by the way, how was today? Pretty good? Yeah, okay, sort of okay? Good, that's again the Estonian way of saying it was pretty okay. Let's talk about what's coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have some more keynote speakers which are sitting in front of you. We're going to have, again, our startups are going to do some stuff. We're going to have a entrepreneurship panel. We're going to have a pitching workshop and actually learn about that stuff. And we're also going to have opportunity to actually pitch ourselves. It's going to be a pretty cool day. Definitely should be here at 10:30. And today we are going to now finish here, but we will have a after event in the ECOT room in the University of Tartu building. It's on the first floor. And we will be gathering there at 7 to do some networking. There will be free beer and pizza, I was told. So I think that's pretty much all you need to, know to go there, which is, free beer and pizza. What else do you want, right? So the mentors will be there, the startups will be there. It will be a perfect place to just talk a little bit more in a casual environment and get to know each other. So tomorrow here, 10:30, and today 7 o'clock in the University of Tartu Economics building, ECOT room. If you can't find it, there'll be people there. You'll find the place. It's in the first floor. So yeah, if there is nothing further from the organizers, good. Okay. That's it.
Guys,
all done for the day.
Thanks for today.
Cool stuff. Let's put some music on.